Salciunas. This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, last night is the prime example of why you play two halves of basketball, okay? It was a tale of two halves. I can't wait to talk about the good, can't wait to talk about the bad, but ultimately the Sixers win, and they're going on to take on the Knicks. You know I'm fired up. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas.
I have to worry about a draft pick from 3 years from now when this team is currently in a mode where they could be competitors.
Hassan Reddick, the return is fairly even. I would have preferred to have him this year.
Kincade Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
You rode the wave last night, along with around another million people in the metro area.
Yeah, and I eventually fell asleep, which was nice. Dude, I couldn't fall asleep for a while, though, because last night was incredible. It was stressful. Let me make sure to get that out of the way.
You led with incredible.
Yes, well, it was incredible because that's how it ended. It ended incredibly. It ended with an incredible second-half performance, and it ended with an incredible fourth quarter by the Sixers. But it was stressful. The first half, going into halftime down 12 and looking lifeless. Like my first thought, dude, was, man, second straight playoff game where they didn't show up. And then they come out in the second half. A couple things go their way. The incredible moment of bricking for chicken that we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh, my God, and only the play-in tournament.
It was weird. Like, the game had a weird vibe. And I'm listening to Tom McGinnis on the way home on 97.5 The Fanatic from class. And then I get home, and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter. And the game just had a dull – the stadium sounded dead.
Well, not in the beginning.
But no. But it sounded like I come in. It was nothing from that crowd, and deservingly so.
Right.
I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah, this was old-school basketball, dude.
It was ugly. Like, I hated that era of basketball.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So, to me, I wasn't enjoying it. I think Spoelstra got them to play the exact game he wanted them to play.
Yeah, he did. And then the
Not
Sixers
Nick Nurse.
could also not hit a damn three-pointer to save their life. They were 3 of 18 from 3 in the first half. And to beat the zone, you have to be able to hit your shots. They did not hit any shots in the first half. And then it looked like they started to mope a little bit, right? There was one guy that showed energy on the court, other than Tyrese Maxey, because he's always just a ball of energy. But Kyle Lowry was the only guy that seemed to be out and ready to go in the first half. But, you're talking about the weird game. The Sixers actually come out the gate on fire.
Oh, yeah, it was they up 8?
Yeah, and then the Heat just start making their way back, and then once the Heat took the lead, they never looked back up until halftime.
Well, Buddy Hield looked a little bad early and then looked better late.
Yes.
I mean, Tyrese Maxey with the turnovers was atrocious. That was atrocious.
He was horrible in the first half of that game and part of the third.
And that is something that is going to concern me until it changes.
Oh, yeah.
Playoff Maxey can't be that Maxey.
Oh, it's something that we're going to talk about. Don't you worry, because that was pretty bad yesterday.
But overall, again, at the most critical moments when they were trading at the end, now it did help that Jimmy Butler was non-factor.
He wasn't even on the floor at the end.
Exactly. So you were able to do things that you weren't able to do when he was on the court. But it was drama.
But you know what?
Back and forth.
That's basketball too, right? How many times have we talked about avoiding the Celtics early on because what if something happened?
What if something happened?
That was a freak play, right? Jimmy Butler has the fast break. He feels pressure behind him, right? He hears the footsteps. He pumps so he can draw the foul. Oubre just lands on him weird, and it messes up his knee. That can happen with any player in the NBA at any time. Look at Zion Williamson. The guy dropped 40 the other night for the Pelicans and is not going to be able to play in the playing game.
It might end their season.
It might, right.
The Bulls could end the Hawks. I mean, the Bulls could end the Heat season.
Because of Jimmy Butler's injury. It happens at any time, which is why I say, look, try to avoid the Celtics as much as you can because that could happen to somebody on Boston.
The end of the game, the smiles, I saw when Maxey and Embiid were being focused on ESPN with the cameramen, the two of them at the end of the game. I saw relief.
Relief, absolutely.
It was relief. And it was I think that was the overwhelming feeling all across town.
Right.
Relief. It was like, okay, survive that garbage. Now you got 7 games.
Right.
Now you got 7 games to potentially, hopefully clean some of this stuff up.
Because if you did,
they looked scared last night.
They
looked scared in the.
Connor said yesterday, man, what if they didn't win? I didn't even want to have that thought. If they didn't win yesterday and they didn't win Friday, I would be beside myself. But even if they did win, then they're playing Boston in the first round. Whereas in this case, you're playing the Knicks, which is still going to be a difficult task.
It's going to be tough.
I want to warn audience now, the Knicks play really good defense too. Tom Thibodeau is a defensive-minded head coach. So I don't necessarily think it's going to be a pretty series against the Knicks. I think this is going to be a hard-fought series. And we'll take time talking about this Knicks series, but I don't think it's going to get much easier against New York. But the fact that they were able to turn things around, the fact that they were able to see some shots go, the fact that they were able to have a unlikely hero in Nico Batum win them games, it tells me exactly what I've been saying. This is the deepest team that this Sixers team has had post Embiid process era, right? I ignore the first year because of that Bellinelli, Ilyasova. Embiid wasn't ready to win that year.
No.
Ben Simmons, they were so young. They weren't ready to do anything in the playoffs. This team actually has depth, and you saw it last night. Last night was a prime example. Nico Batum goes off. And it's not just Batum. Campaign randomly comes in for the first time.
And hits a huge shot.
It's a huge 3. He had not been in the game all game. And then all of a sudden, the second half.
Which I asked a question about why.
1 minute left in the third quarter. Well, that's why. It's the 1 minute left. Give a guy an extra minute of breather. But Campaign goes out there with 1 minute left in the third quarter and then ends up hitting a huge 3-pointer. They have guys coming off the bench. Kelly Oubre, he's a guy that all of a sudden replaces Tobias Harris in the final 5 minutes of the game. If multiple guys that are able to do something, which is something the Sixers have not had over the last couple of years.
Where was do you put the lack of being able to, they didn't turn that game around till what, 8 minutes to go? Do you put that on the players or do you put that on the plan? Spoelstra had the superior plan.
Well, I think it's.
I put it on the players.
I think it's players, but I don't think it's for.
Because they had the looks. They had the looks.
They had
the looks to hit the shot, so I put it on the players.
And that happens.
Because people are going to say
like that.
That happens.
And you will.
I don't think that's a lack of effort, even though I do think there was a bit of a lack of effort in the first half.
They were sagging.
But I don't think they were lacking effort shooting through. Like, I don't think they were like, oh, I'm going to lazily take this
confidence
three-point shot.
I think there were stretches of that game, second quarter especially, where nobody wanted to shoot.
Right. Well,
and Tom McGinnis,
Buddy Hield was a prime example of that.
Tom McGinnis on the broadcast at the end of the first quarter is going, it seems like the Flyers are on the power play here. He goes, I'm expecting the crowd to say, shoot the ball, shoot the ball. And Tom McGinnis says it on the broadcast. He's like, somebody shoot the ball.
Well, there's a prime example. After the game yesterday, Tyrese Maxey was at the podium, and he tells a story about what Joel Embiid said to Buddy Hield.
Joel was getting on Buddy, just telling him, like, it's just kind of his first experience, like playoffs or whatever, but he was like, man, just shoot the ball. Like, we know what you can do. That's what you're here for, shoot the ball. And it was just, another thing was on me. Like, I was just at the top, I was just being passive and passing around. But, Nurse and Campaign and a couple guys on the bench just told me, like, look, just drive it in there and kick it out. And it worked a couple times. I drove in there and got a few assists and some guys hit some threes, made some shots to Campaign, Buddy, and Nico. So it was good for us. Then in the fourth quarter, Joel got the nail and he made some plays and scored some buckets and got some fouls, got some man.
So last night in the first half, Buddy Hield was driving me nuts because he would get open looks and he would kick it out or he'd be like, what do I do with the ball? And Tyrese Maxey talks about, and Embiid tells him, hey, I get it. This is your first real chance in the playoffs. You got to step up. And I'm sure there's sometimes a fear, right? We've all had butterflies in big games.
Maybe you're anxious.
So Buddy Hield in the first half, 0-2. And I know he only finished with 7 points in the game, a half a point shy of his over-under, Connor.
Unbelievable.
So he finishes with 7 points, which just doesn't sound like a huge factor, right? But he goes 0-2 in the first half. He's 3 of 6 in the second half, which means he starts taking shots. He hits a couple shots. What does that do? The defense now has to be cognizant of where Buddy Hield is. Buddy Hield can then pass. When he gets the ball and he's not going to take a shot, this is the Ben Simmons effect, right? If you knew Ben Simmons wasn't going to take a shot, why would you go up against him? Where's Joe? Let's just make sure Joel Embiid doesn't get the ball. Once Buddy Hield takes a couple shots, you actually have to respect him defensively, and then he could kick it to other guys. That's why you saw Joel Embiid go off for 11 in the fourth quarter. Kelly Oubre go off for 9 in the fourth quarter. They combined for 20. Nico Batum has open looks in the corner. Everybody just has to take their shot.
And everybody's got to chill because it's they were, Tyrese looked Not, and I heard, you follow people on social media saying, look scared. They look scared. No, they weren't scared. They just looked anxious. They looked tight.
Yeah.
But the one thing I would say is that this morning, though as great as it is, 42 points out of Embiid and Maxi's not getting it done. Against the Knicks, against anybody else.
Of course not.
That stuff, that has to change in a huge way, and everyone's just got to get comfortable and loose. Maybe it's the idea of the play-in game. I've never seen that. We're not used to seeing the Sixers in that situation.
Well, you said they seemed relieved after the game, right?
No, I thought it was relief on both Embiid and his face.
I think they realized, oh my God, we're not playing the Celtics in the first round. Like, that's probably crept into their mind.
Did it creep into yours? It crept into mine.
Absolutely
It
did.
crept into mine. All I could think of at halftime was, how am I going to muster I believe the Sixers could somehow win the play-in game on Friday and then
beat the
round
Celtics?
back and beat the Celtics. And I was like, okay, I can't make up.
No, you would have to see them win a game on the road in Boston for you to get that way, right?
And we saw them do it twice last year, didn't we?
Yeah, we did see
or
it.
Once.
But one of it was James Harden going off for 40 points, right? I don't know if anybody would have mustered up that kind of excitement. There were a lot of people that were chessy and said, bring on the Celtics. I'm glad that they're not bringing on the Celtics.
Better not. This path to me is still very attractive, but last night's performance did bring back a lot of memories. A lot of memories of playoff pass to the Sixers.
I would love to yell and scream full of excitement all show today. There were some issues yesterday that they absolutely need to work on. You talked about Tyrese Maxey. His turnovers were horrible. And I will say it again. The Knicks aren't going to be an easier defensive opponent. The Knicks are going to be very difficult defensively to go up against.
Here's the one thing I'd argue about, though, is that I don't think the Knicks are going to be able to take the Sixers out of their game the way Miami did.
Right, because Miami, that zone defense.
That zone is not this. The Knicks aren't playing that zone.
Well,
they're not playing that zone to executing it to the way Spoelstra does.
They're not going to execute it that way. But if you're Tom Thibodeau, you're watching that game last night and going, all right, how can I stop either of these two teams? Because I'm playing the winner of this game. And you saw how that zone gave the Sixers fits. It's going to be something that's going to be trotted out there.
It'll be a hybrid.
It's going to be sent out there. And ultimately, it comes down to, are they hitting shots? That's what it comes down to. I credit Eric Spoelstra's a tremendous head coach, a hell of a head coach, one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league. He didn't create his own defense, right? He didn't make the Sixers go 3 of 18 from 3. It was just the Sixers not making shots. Once you start hitting threes against the zone defense, you have to get out of the zone. The fact that they didn't hit threes, Eric Spoelstra said, well, keep on.
What are we doing?
Keep on going.
And if I see one more long offensive rebound for Miami last night, that has to. I mean, seriously, balls were kicking out. Rebounds were bouncing out beyond the three-point line, and the Sixers weren't winning any battles.
Yeah.
We're not winning anything. And it appeared to be fleet of foot. And as they were prone on the broadcast, Sixers flat-footed on the defensive boards. They were flat-footed. Oh. And Miami's buzzing around. You gotta. There's things.
And it could be a cultural thing, right? We've talked about heat culture is a real deal. Look, PJ Tucker 3 years ago did that against the Sixers and didn't really do it for the Sixers 2 years ago.
That is the
what
truth.
I mean? Like
there
is a heat culture, and we hope that maybe Nick Nurse can institute a culture in Philadelphia. Speaking of Nick Nurse, because this is gonna be a weird show where it's gonna be, oh my God, thank God they got out of that game, because you knew what would have happened had they lost.
Oh yes,
we would have freaked out. It would have been Boston in round
deservedly
one.
So.
We would have questioned effort. We would have questioned certain players. I get it. But ultimately they won, so I also want to celebrate the fact that they won. And, dude, I need to celebrate. Speaking of, that dude had balls, even though to me it's not like all that incredible, but he was the first person to do it. He benched Tobias Harris.
Yes, he did.
I know he said after the game, oh, Tobias, he was tired. That's why he was not in the game. He was gassed. You know what? No, dude, Tobias Harris was airballing threes.
He was cooked.
Bricking threes, missing layups, not playing good defense.
What about the one with like 5 minutes to go that he bricked off the lower end of the backboard, and it gave a thump? The whole building erupted in boos. And I understand.
Rightfully so.
I understand the boos because that looked like I took that three-point shot.
It's Tobias Harris fatigue. But to Nick Nurse's credit, Doc Rivers would not have benched him. Brett Brown would not have benched him, right? Coaches would not have benched him because he's the max contract player. Whereas Nick Nurse goes, all right, he just doesn't have it. And he benched him.
Tonight he doesn't have it. And it was apparent. And again, I don't want to say the moment was too big because Tobias Harris has played in enough games.
I will say the moment was too big for him. The moment has been too big for him for 5.5 years.
Okay.
The moment has been too big for Tobias Harris for 5.5 years.
There's a lot of guys that last night you could say was the moment a little too big for him.
But you know what happened?
I understand, but Tobias,
Embiid goes off for 11 in the fourth quarter. Kelly Oubre goes off for 9 in the fourth quarter. Tyrese Maxey is a better second half than the first half. Whereas Tobias Harris continued to go deeper and deeper into a shell. And credit to Nick Nurse for realizing it and putting his ass on the bench, which normally a lot of coaches would not do.
Why'd you win the game, though? Something that'll just be glossed over? 21 of 23 from the foul line.
That's big.
You win a 1-point game, and you hit 21 of 23 foul shots, including perfect night for Maxey, perfect night for Oubre.
Oubre, yeah. I mean, he was, what, 6 of 6?
I got to tell you, Kelly Oubre, there is just an appreciation for what he's done, and it was the biggest 11 points.
Yeah.
That you could see in a critical game.
Well, they did not use him enough in the first half.
I didn't think so either.
The ESPN broadcast even mentioned it. There was a moment early in the third quarter where Oubre broke through the zone and laid it in, and they said, how come they didn't go to Oubre at all in the first half? And I think it was Doris Burke who said, maybe that's something that Nick Nurse notices, and they will go to him more and more. And they did. Now, again, 11, like you said,
11 points.
It wasn't 31, but it was a huge 11 points, especially in that second half, especially in the fourth. Look, 9 of it was in the fourth quarter, right? So he came up big in the fourth quarter when it mattered most.
I miss Kate Nala just because of the – so I was texting with Kate during the second half of that game last night. But I really appreciate Doris Burke. Doris Burke, to me, she is absolutely fantastic.
She's amazing.
And stuff breaking down – that game and what's going on, and I don't think it was weird. It's a mixed bag today. It's a mixed bag of relief, but it's also the excitement. But I honestly think the more excitement will hit me tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's more of the just, oh my gosh, what did we watch? Why did it come down to that?
We're only 8 hours removed from the game coming to an end.
And how much sleep did you get? You said you were having trouble falling asleep. I saw your tweet this morning.
So I watched the first half of Bulls-Hawks.
How did you do that? Like you just couldn't sleep?
It was on TV.
Just couldn't sleep.
I don't watch television shows. So I watched the first half of that game, and I know I dozed off during like the halftime report because I woke back up in the third quarter and turned off the TV. So yeah, I mean, look, last night was the first night. I tweeted it out. Last night was the first bleep.
Because you got to get up at 4 a.m.
I can't sleep because there was so much excitement from that game. Ultimately, the first half sucked, but my lasting impression is the fact that they were able to turn it around and get the win, which is great. It's better than them losing and us coming in here and freaking out all day.
Great analysis on his part, Connor. Well, that it's better that they won than they lost.
But it's true. But it's true.
That's superior
because
analysis.
I know how this show is going to ultimately go. We're going to be walking the fine line of being excited and yet at the same time questioning a lot of the issues that happened in that game, especially in the first half. And we're going to have to walk that fine line because we shouldn't just be all blue face paint, go Sixers. It was such a great win last night. But I also don't want to be like, oh, damn. Oh, they have no shot against the Knicks now.
I am writing it off in a way to I have no idea how these guys being in the one-and-done play-in tournament was. And the specter of Boston, I think, played into it.
I'm sure it
did. The tightness last night, the tightness of that team in the first half, honestly, was shocking because it was all of them. And after the beginning.
Right.
After the beginning. And when Tom McGinnis is screaming on the broadcast, going, would somebody shoot the ball? Shoot the ball! I feel like I'm at a Flyers game and it's the power play.
Right.
And everyone's saying, shoot the puck. For God's sake, somebody step up and shoot the ball. You could hear it in McGinnis's voice. You could hear his angst. It was like, what's going on here? And all the turnovers. And they were terrible.
It was uncharacteristic.
It was. And they were terrible turnovers. And you could see it on Nick's face at one point just going, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, it was uncharacteristic, but they survived. They turned it around. They win the game. And look, there's I think people always lie. A lot of reporters lie. Oh, they don't know the noise outside of the locker room.
Oh, they know.
They all have social media accounts. I think Embiid
And many of them live
and
on it.
Maxey and a lot of players know the path that they're on now and what they could have been.
Yes.
They knew Boston was looming in round one if they lost yesterday. They win yesterday. It's a sigh of relief. The Knicks won't be an easy series. I want to make that clear. This is not going to be an easy series.
No.
But this path is much better than what it could have been. So we would love to hear from you today. It's 610-632-0975. Phone line open, text line open. I don't have a specific question for you to answer. I just want to hear your reaction to last night's win. A great second-half performance, a tale of two halves. Celebrate Nico Batum. Show him some love. Show Nick Nurse love for finally having the balls to bench Tobias Harris. And ultimately, we did not give enough credit to the biggest moment in last night's game.
Really?
And we will talk about it next and how a promotion inside the Wells Fargo Center is the reason why the Sixers pulled off a win. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
tickets just got simple. Game time.
The Fanatic, reacting to a Sixers win, a stressful yet incredible yet heart-wrenching yet fun yet not fun. I don't know what to say.
It wasn't. I'm going to say it. It wasn't fun till it was over.
Right. Yes.
There was nothing fun.
If they lost, the game was not fun.
No, I mean it was fun to go. Wow, like at the end to just breathe. But I don't think anything was fun about that game last night.
Well, it was fun because they won.
Exactly.
It was fun. But it's just a wild night last night. And we'd love to hear from you guys. 610-632-0975. Your overall excitement. Any reactions you have from the game. Phone lines, text line. You can climb in. But something, I have a question, and then we got to get to this brickin' for chicken thing because it was just incredible last night.
What time is the Chick-fil-A coming?
I am going. I'm a man of my word. I said yesterday, if that turned it around, I will go get Chick-fil-A for the rest of the week, and I will go after the show today. So I have a question about Tobias Harris real quick. Because I don't know if somebody thinks I'm harsh that I'm happy his ass got benched finally. He's a good basketball player. He shied away from the moment again yesterday, was abysmal, and I've seen it for 5.5 years now. I'm guessing Nick Nurse should put him in the starting lineup against the Knicks.
Well, you got to give it a shot.
You have to give it a shot.
You got to give it a shot.
Do you have to, though?
Well, here's the thing. So here's the thing. Off of that, Connor, we had Bob Cooney in. We do the crossover every single day at the end of the show. And we never got into the unwritten rules conversation, and we'll get to that one day, you know, when it's a slower time. But I asked Bob, what's your starting five going into the playoffs? And he said Tobias Harris. But he didn't say Tobias Harris because of the stellar basketball player that he is. He said Tobias Harris because of the unwritten rule. He's a veteran in this league, max contract player. It's an unwritten rule that it should be in the starting lineup and not coming off the bench. And ultimately, it matters who's on the court at the end of the game. Now, if Tobias Harris hits a few shots, he's on the court at the end of the game yesterday because he is one of your quote unquote better players. He was abysmal, which is why Nick Nurse thankfully sat his ass on the bench. Screw unwritten rules. It's the playoffs, dude.
And he's leaving.
Right.
To me, that's where I'd write the unwritten rules off. I hate unwritten rules. It is absolutely one of the things that makes my head explode. It's one of the things about baseball that drives me nuts. But it's the idea of Tobias Harris is leaving.
Right.
I don't think anybody believes that he's coming back. So why do I give a damn about?
No, it's not for Tobias Harris. It's for the locker room. It's for guys like Embiid and Maxey who believe in Tobias Harris to see him get benched.
What are they believing in? What are they believing in?
You know how this goes with guys on the team as opposed to people watching the team.
Embiid has had one constant player from start to finish, and that's Tobias Harris. He has had one constant player.
I'm not saying
and he has seen the same thing as you have seen, as I have seen, as John has seen, as every Sixers fan has seen. Tobias Harris has been horrible in the playoffs.
Right. If it was simply just, though, we're not trying to hurt Tobias' feelings, he'd be on the bench. There's more to that. He is a locker room leader, and I'm not saying Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth, Joel Embiid saying Tobias Harris is taking that shot. But I am saying they probably have significant more respect for him because of being around him than we do.
But if he is a locker room leader, then he should be able to welcome his new role. We ripped Sean Couturier a couple weeks ago,
the captain,
for being scratched, and he said his response was, "Yeah, I'm not happy with how I've been treated around here recently," and that was a horrible response. If Tobias Harris is the leader that we all say that he is, I think nobody's ever questioned his leadership. Right? I've been saying it since day one. As much as he frustrates me, I know the leadership. He's the guy that always leads the team dinners and all that. That's his role. He can do that as a non-starter as well.
And more importantly, I don't give a damn if Maxey or Embiid would be offended.
You need to.
No, I really don't. At that point, you say, it is for the best of the team.
What's different about this team? They do not have a dark cloud player. They have had great chemistry, great vibes all year. If you have something that you think is going to change that, I'm not saying you throw away the season to start Tobias Harris, but it's got to be part of the consideration. You can't just say screw their feelings.
But if and honestly, I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to take someone else's point here, but I'm shocked that we're not talking more about Maxey.
Oh, we will. Don't worry.
I get you.
Do you not look at the show sheet, damn it?
No, I do. But I'm just saying is that I think that's more burying the lead.
Okay. We will talk about Maxey.
A little bit of it.
I promise you, we will talk about Maxey because
before I talk about Tobias,
he deserves to get ripped. Well, Tobias was a non-factor.
He was an absolute non-factor.
From start to finish. At least Maxey had moments. From start to finish, Tobias Harris was a non-factor. He was a non-factor in Game 6 last year and multiple other the Atlanta Hawks series.
And 42 points out of your MVP and Maxey. That is a huge reason why you're squeaking out a victory. And you're damn lucky that Jimmy Butler wasn't playing at the end of that game.
Well, sometimes you rely on your other max contract player, and instead they had to rely on Nico Batum, who had more gumption than Tobias Harris yesterday, or more talent than Tobias Harris.
Could be.
Now, the biggest moment, and you say that we haven't talked about Maxey enough, this has been talked about all over social media. The brickin' for chicken moment yesterday. So I want to tell you this right now. Somebody put out a tweet, random Sixer bot. The win probability of when the brickin' for chicken happened
was what?
Now, I don't really follow this because it's a game of runs. And win probability to me is baloney because it's baloney. But the Miami Heat's win probability at this moment, 6 minutes and 55 seconds left in the third quarter. Heat, 82.4%.
I think it's pretty logical. I mean, it's all based on if a team's up by that many
Right.
points.
Which is why I don't really buy into it. But it's funny to point out that it was 82.4% the win probability for the Heat. And then here's how it sounded on ESPN.
All right, it's that time for chicken. Free chicken. Yes! And the crowd explodes.
That was the most life from the crowd. And again, like you said, we don't blame the crowd. The Sixers,
no.
The Sixers
I do
showed no
not.
life, so there was no reason to show life as fans. But that was the most life from the fans at the Wells Fargo Center since the opening tip when they went on a bit of a run. This is in the third quarter, midway through the third quarter. And then this happened. Take a listen. Tom McGinnis from start to finish up until the timeout by the Miami Heat.
Oubre gathers it. He missed it. He gets it back, and it's blocked by Bam Adebayo. Miami with the ball. Sixers are down by 11. Driving Caleb Martin with it, and Embiid with a foul. Low-scoring game. Miami by 11. They're going to the line to shoot two. They lead 59-48 with just under 7 minutes to go in the third. Sixers down by 11. Miami will be shooting free throws. And don't forget, Brickin' for Chicken in play here as everyone in the greater Philadelphia area can win a 5-count Chick-fil-A nugget meal. Download and open the Chick-fil-A app. Biden, Miami misses 2 straight free throws here in the second half. Again, the Brickin' for Chicken in arena promotion. Here comes Caleb Martin to the line. First free throws of the game for him, 77.8% on the year. Martin misses the free throw. Both teams have made 9 free throws. Miami shooting its 13th. Here's Caleb Martin really taking some time. Foul line left, and he missed it. Brickin' for Chicken has hit. Sixers need to score. Trying to build off the enthusiasm of the crowd. Batum with it. Buddy Hield is on. Back to Batum. He fakes. He shoots. Outside for 3. It's good. Nico Batum with his second 3. And the Brickin' for Chicken has brought the crowd alive. It's an 8-point game. Miami ball. Now a stop would be good for the Sixers here on the right side. Down low, Jimmy Butler. Back out top, Martin fakes. Drives it into the lane. Wrap around to A. Throws it to Kelly Oubre. Sixers down to Buddy. Hield with a layup. Rejected by Jovic, but it's goaltending. And the Sixers are making a run. A frenzied crowd leads Eric Spoelstra to take a timeout. Man, a cacophonous roar here in Philadelphia. 6-point game. Gotta love it. 6:14 to go in the third. 2 missed free throws. The crowd gets ignited. A 3, a turnover, a goaltended hoop. Ball game.
I mean, it's amazing. And McGinnis,
Free food?
McGinnis literally tells it perfectly. That the chicken, the Brickin' for Chicken, was what brought life back into the crowd.
It did.
And then they hit the Batum, of course, hits the 3. The crowd goes nuts. And do I really think that Brickin' for Chicken is the main reason?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
I think you do.
Yes, Brickin'. That's just why I'm getting Chick-fil-A the rest of the week.
I just checked my app, but you get the 5 grilled or the 5 regular.
Yes.
5 nuggets today, so go get your nugget.
You know what? I'm not even going for the free stuff. Thank you,
Buy
Chick-fil-A.
something.
What?
I am buying the Chick-fil-A today. They are the reason why. The Chick-fil-A people are the reason why the Sixers season is still alive. So
Bad juju.
I am. No,
You
why?
got to get the free one because that's what they won you.
No.
You have to go buy a milkshake with it or something.
Okay, how about I get a sandwich with the nuggets?
Oh, okay.
No, like this is thanking the gods back. Like, here, thank you for what you provided me.
The chicken gods.
Provide the chicken gods gave you the 5. Make sure you do that.
Well, I want to pay the gods back.
So you're doing a sandwich and the nuggets.
Yes.
Interesting.
Come on, bring it on, man. Brickin' for Chicken is the reason why the season is still alive, man. 82.4% win percentage for the Heat. That moment happens and the Sixers win it. Come on.
Little chicken, baby.
Unbelievable. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Coming your way next. Like you said, we haven't talked about Maxey enough.
Yes.
Once more, we're walking the fine line of the excitement of
Right.
the win and the fact that the path that we've talked about, that path almost imploded, right? The path of Knicks, winner of Bucks, Pacers.
It's one of those bridges over a ravine, and it almost cut
dropped.
loose. It did. It did.
And
It almost dropped.
fortunately, it's stayed together. The Sixers got the win, and now that path that we've talked about is better than what the path could have been, which was taking on the Boston Celtics. But they could have taken off the Celtics because of how they played in the first half yesterday. And you're right, we haven't talked enough about Tyrese Maxey. And I need to talk about everybody's favorite son in Philadelphia.
Yes.
I love him to death.
You don't have to put the disclaimer on it.
I know.
We all love him.
He was horrible in the first half, so we're going to talk about
part
that.
of the second.
And part of the second. We're going to talk about that coming your way next. So don't get offended that we're going to rip Maxey a little bit today. I know he's everybody's favorite son, but he deserves to be criticized today. It's okay. We can be critical of Tyrese Maxey, just like we can be critical of Jalen Hurts at times.
Yes.
We can be critical of Tyrese Maxey. And the reason why I want to be critical is the Knicks series isn't going to be much easier for Maxey. All right, so we'll talk about that next, and then I promise we'll get to some of your calls. We'll get to your texts. It is an exciting day where we're going to be all over the freaking place on Kincade and Salciunas right here at 97.5 The Fanatic.
Go. A. Smith, son.
Kincade and Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Love to hear from you today at 610-632-0975, either via the text line or the phone line. I know people are buzzing today. I know people are questioning after last night. Look, today is a fair day to question everything that you saw last night, but to also be excited off of what you saw last night. Like, I know we're going to talk about Embiid a lot today, right? He did not look good the first 3 quarters of that game yesterday. But then the MVP, Joel Embiid, showed up in the fourth quarter. Tyrese Maxey was not good in the first half, and even parts of the third quarter showed up in the fourth. Nico Batum, do I want to rely on Nico Batum every single night? Absolutely not. I hope that's the best game of his career, and we never have to rely on him ever again. But it happened, and the bench happened, which is why I've talked about at length that this is the deepest bench that you have ever seen. You have actual impact players that can play for you coming off the bench. But ultimately, I get it. It comes down to your stars and how your stars are playing. And Tyrese Maxey is one of your 2 stars. This is Joel Embiid's team, but I think it's also time to take off the training wheels for Tyrese Maxey. And yesterday, he was not good in the first half of that game. Way too many turnovers in the game, period, for Tyrese Maxey. But the first half, he struggled. Maxey finished yesterday with 3 turnovers, but it felt like a hell of a lot more, I'll tell you that. He struggled against the zone. He was taking errant shots. He was making bad passes. He was not being a smart point guard, which is why you brought Kyle Lowry onto this team, so that you have a guy that can create, that can actually do an entry pass. Nobody could get the ball to Embiid on the block yesterday when the Heat were doing their zone. Maxey just needs to continue to improve, but at the same time, I don't want to say, he'll be fine in 2 years. Like, no, now's the time for Tyrese Maxey.
The time should be now. And remember, you cannot look at it in a vacuum. Last year's playoffs, it was a problem.
Yes.
13, 14, 17, 16, 13. He had 6 games. He had half the games of last year's playoffs where he was averaging like 13 points
and
a
we
game.
didn't really talk about it much because it was the Embiid
and
Harden.
Harden was here.
Right.
They need him. He has to ascend now. And last night, it was just an anxiousness. I don't know. I can't get in his head. But last night looked like, for a while, that moment was swallowing him up.
I don't know if it was just the moment. If you remember, Bob, during our crossover yesterday, I asked him right away. I was like, what's the thing you're going to be looking at right away into last night's game? And he said, how are the Sixers shooting against the zone?
The threes, yes.
And how is Tyrese Maxey? Because the Heat have given Maxey fits. Now, thankfully, they don't have to play the Heat in a 7-game series. They beat them last night. They move on. But as I keep on cautioning Sixers fans, and you guys know me, I'm Mr. Sixer, right? I don't want to.
Is that your new name?
I don't want to. I don't want to caution people. I just want to have fun. I just want to have a good time. Go Sixers, play the song, all that kind of stuff. Tyrese Maxey is not going to have it much easier against the Knicks.
No.
Tom Thibodeau is a tremendous head coach defensively. They have guys that can actually guard the perimeter. And you know that he's going to look at what the Heat did last night against Maxey to try to slow him down.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that he did last night early, which was really interesting. Like, who's the guy on the Sixers you would want to double team?
Embiid.
Exactly.
They were going after
Maxey. But the Heat were high doubling Maxey, which almost says, okay, Embiid's got to step up a little bit more, and they might have been playing the whole, we don't think he's 100%.
It could be that, or it could also be the faith that they have in Bam Adebayo, who is one of the best defensive centers in the NBA.
Love
and
too.
Kevin Love still has it.
Kevin Love needs to retire. I'm tired of him.
They could at least, you're thinking that with Bam, they could at least damage.
Yeah,
right.
And I don't think
that's how good of a defensive player he is.
Well, Hartenstein's not bad either for the Knicks, but
he's not Bam Adebayo.
It's going to be tougher.
Stephen A. from the pregame show. And then at halftime, he flat out said his what he's hearing is Embiid's banged up.
Oh, he said
from the game the other night, Embiid's banged up.
He said he still looked gimpy, which is why he picked the Heat. I tweeted about it. Heat because Embiid has looked gimpy, and my response is, well, that's pretty good. Averaging like 30 and
no, he's talking about from the
last game,
from the injury that kept him out Sunday, and he was like, I don't know. And then when they came back at halftime, they went, Stephen A. must have known something. They go to the studio and he's like, Stephen A., what did you know that we didn't know? And he went, what did I tell you? What I was hearing is he's Gimpy.
Well, all I know is Gimpy and Embiid in the fourth quarter showed up when it mattered most, right?
He did, but he still wasn't him.
No, he wasn't him.
He wasn't being
but
aggressive.
He
wasn't being
threes.
aggressive to the basket all night long.
Of course
for the
not.
most part.
But he hits 2 huge threes. He's 3 of 5 from the field. 3 free throws made, 11 points, 4 boards, 2 assists. That one dime that he had to Oubre, where Oubre cuts to the basket, and that's you hit 2 threes. What happens? You now have to start coming up, and you have to respect the shot, and then he has the wherewithal to pass it to Oubre, where that's something that Embiid has worked on his game so much.
When I say to you, though, he wasn't aggressive to the basket, and you said, well, of course not. Why do you say of course not?
Because it did look like he was limbering a little
But
bit.
he was aggressive to the basket before that game Friday night last
so
week.
maybe there is something.
Yeah, dude,
Well, that's exactly what I was saying, and everybody was saying to me, you're nuts. No.
Or it might have been Bam. It might have been Kevin Love, and they defended him very well in the first half.
They did a really good. And the
we'll
second
see.
half.
We'll see. Like, to Connor's point, Hartenstein's all right. I don't think Hartenstein's Bam Adebayo.
If Joel Embiid isn't aggressive to the hoop, he ain't beating the Knicks.
No, you're not.
So, and if Tyrese Maxey can't hit open shots and is turning the ball over, unforced errors, you're not beating the Knicks. So that has to all change, and it's got to change quickly.
When I see lack of aggressiveness, because Embiid is a guy that through his whole career would get hurt and then try and meet somebody at the rim the next possession like an idiot.
Right.
Like when I see not going to the rim, I think tired. And I think that was just, he has played, but he hasn't played the intensity of a play-in game against an Eric Spoelstra, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo team. So we'll see what he is against the Knicks. Not that the intensity is getting lower.
He ended up playing 38 minutes last night. I don't know if that's the most he's played since coming back.
It's got to be close.
I'll quickly pull that up.
It's got to be close.
It has to be because all of a sudden they were trying to ease him back in, and then all of a sudden he's playing 38 minutes last night.
But hopefully Tyrese, this is a weight off his shoulders. Play loose, play relaxed. Because he didn't do either of those things last night.
Right. By the way, Embiid, his first game back, 29 minutes, then 33, then 23. Then he was off against the Spurs, 36 against the Pistons, 32 against the Magic, and then 30. So last night was
you needed every minute of it last night.
Right, absolutely. All right, coming up, your calls, your text messages. I want to celebrate last night's Sixers game. But you're right, John, and I know we have a caller that wants to talk about it. Tyrese Maxey needs to be talked about today, and not just as our favorite son, right? Not just as our favorite son. But I also want to have fun with something coming your way next. Social media was buzzing last night, both in the second half after the win and also the first half when it wasn't going well for the Sixers. We're going to talk about the social media reactions last night as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
and good again. He is going to be remembered for this one. Nico Batum, 6 threes.
In the city that loves backup quarterbacks and backup goaltenders and backup catchers, it's a little different in basketball because it's, even though people do love the backup center here in Philadelphia a lot more than other cities, Nico Batum instantly becomes a hero last night in Philadelphia forever. Everybody will talk about the Nico Batum game. Even if they lose in the first round.
If they lose to the Knicks.
Oh, dude, if
you're talking about the play-in, if you're talking about the play-in game.
Bro, I talk about Shake Milton cooking Paul George.
Right.
That was like 8 years ago.
And there's something we don't do about Shake.
Yes, well, not yet. Shakeism's good return.
But Nico Batum having that game last night is going to go. It's going to be one of those games where 10 years from now we'll be sitting at a bar and going, man, remember that Nico Batum game? Like, it's such a random moment, but he is one of the main reasons why they won that game yesterday.
Oh, he was absolutely one of the main reasons.
And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, I don't. I honestly don't think it's a good thing.
It's not a good thing that
you have
that means Embiid and Maxey did not ball out.
42 points.
But I will say it is a good thing to what I have been saying that you finally have depth. You're not having that game from Mike Scott, right? Like, I know Mike Scott had a few moments in the regular season, and it led to people getting weird beehive tattoos, right? Like, but Nico Batum does that in a playoff game. He's battle-tested. He has played in multiple playoff series. That's one of the other big things about this team is they have guys coming off the bench that have played in the playoffs. I heard the ESPN broadcast say it yesterday. Paul Reed, nobody's happy that Embiid got hurt this year, but maybe it might have been best for Paul Reed that Embiid missed so much time that he had to play so much more. I mean, all of a sudden, this team is battle-tested.
Looks a lot better, let's put it that way, than it did. I heard, though, the same things going into last year's playoffs about guys you had in the roster that were
That's true.
playoff-tested, battle-tested, and arguably you could say they were part of the reason you won some games and lost some games.
Right, and that's true. But I think the depth of this team is the best it's been for the Sixers since the Bellinelli-Ilyasova days where nobody expected them to win anyway because Embiid and Simmons were just too young. All right, so Sixers win last night. Stressful, incredible. We're having a lot of fun today. We're going to be walking that fine line of that was a lot of fun last night, but also that wasn't fun at all last night. Like, it was a tale of two halves. Social media reaction was incredible yesterday. When the first half came to an end, it was trade Joel Embiid during the offseason. It was blow it up. It's this team will never win anything. This team will always break my heart. And then the second half happened. It was just so much fun yesterday.
Well, it was the reaction at halftime was clearly, it was absolutely the fatigue. It was the fatigue of everything that's happened with this team.
Yeah.
And it's completely understandable, and it was completely justified.
Yeah,
That was a
I said
horrible,
this at halftime.
horrible first half.
What an embarrassing first half. No answer for the zone. Dumb turnovers, missed layups, air balls, and minus Lowry, the energy looks horrible on the court. And that's how I truly felt. Like that, and that's how it was. That's how it was in the first half. But that's why you play two halves of basketball. And the second half, I don't know, did Nick Nurse send a message at halftime? Was it just the fact that they finally hit their threes in the second half? Was it that Tobias Harris wasn't on the court in the final 5 minutes of that basketball game? I don't know what the ultimate reason was, but the bottom line is they turn it around, they win the game, and now there's life again in Sixers talk because I don't think there would have been life if they had to play the Celtics.
No, and I would have had to fake it because that's what I was.
You wouldn't even have to fake it. You would just be real.
I would
be real.
Yeah, but I would have. I would have had to find angles to say, if this happens, this happens. I don't have them right now. But in the next two playoff series, if they manage to get through two playoff series, I could absolutely buy in.
Yeah, because now you're in the Eastern Conference Finals, right?
They would have proven me that they can win big times in critical moments. And I don't consider a play-in game the acid test to say, oh, yeah, this is a different Sixers team. I'll wait and see, and it starts on Saturday.
Right. No, I don't think anybody should use yesterday's game as a reason why they're going to make a run or why they're not going to make a run.
I think that's fair.
Because
Very fair.
I saw a lot of people, again, in that first half of this is why they're never going to win, and Embiid's soft, and the moment's too big for Maxey. And all this, the Maxey thing may have actually been true, but then I saw in the fourth quarter he turned things around. I just can't use last night's game to tell me that they are, because I saw a lot of people saying, oh, that second half, that's going to uplift them and make a run. If they play like that against the Knicks, they will lose.
There was something that was real, though, on social media, and it was absolute. It was trending at one point. Mopey Joel.
Yeah.
He was doing the mope, the bad body language.
He's horrible with wearing his emotions on his sleeve.
It's that.
Now, once he starts
that
hitting,
can't happen.
Once he starts hitting some shots, he does the what's the DMX? Is that the wrestling group?
Yeah.
He starts doing the celebration.
It's not,
but yeah.
What's the
D-Generation X.
Oh, thank you. I don't watch wrestling.
DMX is a rapper.
Okay, I do know. I did know that. But once the fourth quarter started going his way, he started showing the positive emotions.
Yeah, but I can't have Mopey and Embiid.
I don't disagree.
You just won with him.
No, I can't. I've never seen any winning of
you just saw it
significance
last
with
night.
it. No, that's a playing game. Stop it. I think Joel at this point in his career has got to find a way past the Mopey and Embiid stuff.
Let's ask something real quick. I want you guys' opinion on this because Andrew, you were just talking about not saying whether or not they're going to make a run based on this game.
Right.
Are we grading this game, or is it a pass-fail?
Pass-fail.
That's how I feel. And they pass because they won.
So then they pass. So we can't, we got to let that stuff go a little bit.
No, I said it's a game that hopefully is a blip.
Yeah, but
I saw things that were a replay of previous playoffs and last year with a guy like Tyrese Maxey.
And Connor, also, I said I don't want to use last night as a reason why they're not going to go on a run either.
Right, exactly.
Last night they won. Bottom line, period. It doesn't mean anything moving forward. They won. The only thing that it means moving forward is that you're playing the Knicks as opposed to the Celtics.
Okay. Yeah,
Bottom line,
that's
what it means.
Because that's how I'm looking at it too, and I think that's how people should look at it.
You cannot say they won't beat the Knicks because of last night, but you most certainly can't say, I saw things last night that tell me you're going to beat the Knicks.
Right.
Because you didn't see anything last night for the most part that tells you you're going to beat the Knicks.
Totally fair.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Derek in North Philly. What's up, Derek?
Man, what's up, Tunis, man?
How you doing?
Listen, man, I love y'all energy. Y'all good together, man. Y'all on the same level energy-wise, which is great.
Absolutely,
Thank you, buddy.
man.
Yeah, how y'all gonna blame Tobias? First of all, we need depth. If you don't have a bench, you're not going to win the chip at all anyway. Yes, he did miss a layup, and B missed a layup. He did shoot an air ball, and B shot an air ball. And Maxey only gave you 16 points, yo. Like, really? We going to get this dude, and I love Maxey. Don't trade him and all that. Whoever talk about trading Maxey.
Nobody's saying trade Maxey.
Nobody
I'm saying Embiid, too. Without a big man like that, you won't win the chip anyway.
Absolutely. I've said a million times, if Joel Embiid is not on this team, they're a playing team.
Whoever
they were.
Yeah, but without his injury.
Listen, we going to get Maxey at least $300 million. Let's just say
he's got a max contract. Absolutely.
He got to give you 30 points.
Yeah, he
man.
can't be. He can't be. He cannot play like he did last night and last year in the playoffs.
Right. Now, they can't say, oh, he's a rookie, give him 2 years. No, I'm tired of hearing that.
You're
man.
right.
I love him to death. Step your game up, young boy. I love you to death. Buddy Hill, we brought you here to shoot the ball, dude.
Right. And he did in the second half, and Joel Embiid was the guy that went up to him and told him to shoot the ball. And,
right, exactly.
Right.
Now, real quick before y'all cut me off, you have to have guys. He was Mopey and B because they put that zone in there that they never saw before. That's why they struggle. That's why Nick Nurse is that boy, because he adjusted. He told him to move the ball, cut through the zone. That zone was corny, man.
And you started seeing that with Kelly Oubre in the second half. And thanks for the call, Derek. I mean, that's why you saw 11 points in the second half for Kelly Oubre, because he started attacking the zone, and Nick Nurse probably saw that during halftime. I will say this, and I don't think anybody can disagree with me. They lose that game last year with Doc Rivers. They're not coming back. They're not coming back. If Doc Rivers is the head coach, if Brett Brown's the head coach, they are not coming back.
Here's what's interesting. The Heat switched back to man, or they switched up the type of defense they're playing. I don't know if it was straight up man or
no,
but they switched that without the Sixers really exploiting the zone.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I'm missing something that Nick Nurse did, but to me, watching that second half, it seemed like Spoelstra went away from the zone thinking the Sixers were going to figure it out and ended up screwing the Heat over a little bit.
Maybe true.
I do not think this is a day that any bouquets are coming the way of Nick Nurse.
No, he should not get
because
bouquets.
I do not think.
But I don't think they're winning with Doc Rivers or Brett Brown.
I think Spoelstra had the better. Spoelstra had the better plan last night. Spoelstra's plan disrupted the Sixers far more than Nick Nurse's plan disrupted the
But
Heat.
here's the thing. To our, we just had Derek on, and he said, stop blaming Tobias Harris.
I blame players first always. Always.
And it's not all Tobias Harris's fault for the first half and the third quarter. It's not. But Nick Nurse is the first head coach to go, all right, he doesn't have it. I'm going to put him on the bench.
I appreciate that.
Brett Brown's not doing that. Doc Rivers is not. It's not just the fact that scheming is the reason why they won last night. It's also, all right, Nico Batum as the hot hand. Duh, I'm going to keep him on the court.
I like Nick Nurse, but I have the flower shop is not open today.
I'll give him a rose.
A single rose?
You're
I'll
giving
give
him
him
a
a
rose?
rose. I'll give him a Steven Singer gold dip rose.
What, you
a
think it's
family
the
company
freaking
jewelers
Bachelor?
gold dip rose.
What, you think
Yeah,
it's a
man.
freaking Bachelor?
I'll give him a gold dip rose.
I would not. I would maybe give him an IOU saying, go to New York and split, please.
Dude, all I know is Tobias Harris is on the court the final 5 minutes of that game last year, the year before that, the year before that.
I don't disagree with
Whereas
that because
last
we saw
night,
it.
Nick Nurse realized he didn't have it, and he put his ass on the bench, and he put his best players out there, and his best players ended up winning the game at the end there.
Very fair.
Now, I will also say this. Brett Brown and Doc Rivers they didn't have a Kelly Oubre.
Yes.
Right? Like Nick Nurse did have guys at his disposal that actually played. Nico Batum being hot is easy for him to play out there, right? But all I know is previous regimes would have had Tobias Harris on the court, even though he was a net negative yesterday. And I'm sorry, there is fatigue for me, which is why I do still bring it up. It's not his fault, just his fault. It's Maxi's fault. It's Embiid's fault. It's a lot of people's fault for last night for it not going smooth. But it's Harris fatigue for me, and I can't wait for the day. Hopefully, it's after an NBA Finals championship that it means it's his last game in a Sixers uniform.
Were they a net negative with Embiid on the floor last night, I thought? I heard that.
They may have been in the first half.
I thought I heard
Let's
that.
see. If we're doing just the plus-minus thing, Embiid was a -2, and Tobias Harris was a +1.
Wow.
But who
and nobody else was. Wait a minute now. I'm pulling them now.
No,
nobody else
Nico Batum was
a
Nico Batum was a -10. That's why. That's why that plus-minus is baloney. I say net negative with my eyes.
Okay.
Nico Batum was a -10 last night.
So you don't believe in that stat, or I don't know about your.
Who was your best player last night?
Last night, Batum.
He had the worst plus-minus on the court last night
because he was on with other people that weren't getting the job done.
Okay, that's why I don't.
But I mean, your eyes tell you what the stat means.
Yeah, my eyes tell me that Joel Embiid did not play well yesterday, but Tobias Harris was worse.
He was on a lot with Maxey and Embiid.
Tobias Harris was worse.
And what was Maxey?
Maxey was, if we're doing this,
so Maxey and Embiid were a
plus,
-1 together.
No, Maxey was a +1, Embiid was a -2, Lowry was a +1, Harris was a +1.
Yeah, so Maxey and Embiid was a -1 combined.
Okay. And Nico Batum, that's why the plus-minus is baloney. Because
Nico had such a great game, though.
Yeah, but he was a -10. Like, that's why I don't look at plus-minuses.
Okay.
When I say net negative, I don't mean plus-minus. I mean, with my eyes, I saw Tobias Harris be unplayable.
Okay.
Unplayable.
I got it.
Joel Embiid playing poorly, you still need him on the court, and you saw what he was able to do in the fourth quarter, hitting threes, getting assists, grabbing boards. He had 15 rebounds last night.
We will not agree on this one. I think we're talking too much about Tobias Harris. We're going down the food chain here when 42 points from Embiid and Maxey isn't good enough.
I will say this.
That's not good enough.
Get used to it with me.
No, I get it. No, I know it, but it's like
watching him play.
You won't have to for long. But Embiid and Maxey, 42 points. That's the headline. That is the headline.
Daryl Morey likes
Harris. Your two biggest stars coming through with 42 points in a must-win game.
And what happened in the fourth quarter?
No, okay. But
Joel Embiid goes off for 11.
So they lit the building on fire, and then at critical point, they got the hose and put it out. 42 points is...
that's fine.
I'm glad he got the hose out.
No, I'm glad he did, too. But
instead of pour gasoline on it.
I understand, but that they dug the hole that they then had to get out of.
Tobias Harris was at Crumble Cookie the whole time, just munching.
He did nothing.
He's not doing anything
He
the
did
whole
nothing.
time.
He played... Tobias Harris played 7 minutes and 48 seconds in the fourth quarter and got you one rebound.
Okay, we're going to go round and round this one. So I will jump off the thing so this does not continue. Because we're at that point. I just don't want to bore people with I look at the stars. I look at the MVP and I look at the next star and say that was a bad night for both of them.
The only reason
and yes, they did come through at the very end, but it was a bad night for both of them.
Which is important.
That created a 105-104 game that never should have been a 105-104 game.
You said it was going to be
No, I said it would be a comfortable fourth quarter.
Comfortable fourth quarter. I said it was going to be a nail-biter.
You thought it would be a nail-biter. I did not. I
did not think the Sixers were going to run away with the win against the Heat. Connor said 2 days ago he was taking Heat plus the points.
I said like 8 points. I thought it would be like 8.
Not
Heat to cover.
Win. Heat to cover the 4.5.
And you did.
And
you were all over that.
And it was a nail-biting game. I did not think the Sixers were going to walk all over Eric Spoelstra, Jimmy Butler, that defense, Heat culture. They didn't do it, but they got the win. and ultimately Embiid showed up in the fourth quarter. It would look, if they didn't show up in the fourth quarter today, it would be eviscerate Embiid day.
Gotcha.
But he showed up.
I got you.
Let's go to Jay in West Philly. Jay, you're on the Fanatic.
God, you might get this more than Tunis. That game yesterday was a Temple University tournament game.
Yes. Yes, very much so. Very much so.
They're going out there at the big man and made the others have to beat them. So that's what happened yesterday.
Does that make you feel better about it, Jay, or not? Like, I mean, how does it make you feel as far as going forward?
It makes me feel better because, you know, the ironic thing? The two best players never played in a tournament game. So that playing game, I think it threw them off a little bit.
I think that, too, and that's why I'm saying hopefully this is a blip.
Yeah, because it was a weird reaction. It's like, okay, if we do this, but it was a one and done. In their mind, and Max never played a tournament game, and B didn't either. But Tunis.
Yes.
You and his Tobias Harris thing, man. Did he take your parking spot or something?
No, he took away success of a Sixers team for 5.5 years and millions and millions and millions of dollars. I did not like the contract the day he signed it, so it's not like I've changed my energy. I've been this way since day one. I like him as a person. I think he's a 20-point
every lottery winner that ever wins. He hit the lottery.
Yeah, good for him. Look, I'm happy for him, but he's the reason why they've not been a legit roster around Joel Embiid.
Once you get on the court and in the lines, money don't matter. Maxey is on his tier below on the scout.
Yes, but sometimes I have to rely on what is considered a big three, and the big three is Tobias Harris.
Right?
Yeah, and Maxey played poorly last night, Jay. I pointed that out.
All-star. Maxey an all-star. He missed 10 shots.
And he played horribly yesterday.
Okay.
And
I think that's a far bigger story.
You going to the
But it's the same thing with him, Jay. And thanks for the call. It's the same thing. I expect Maxey, or hope, I guess, because he didn't play well in the playoffs last year either.
Correct.
I expect Maxey to catch fire. We have seen the Maxey game in playoffs, even though it hasn't been consistent.
I've only seen a few.
Okay, but you've at least seen one. I've seen the same thing. It's Groundhog Day with Tobias Harris.
I got you.
Which is why I pointed out. Which is why I'm thankful for Nick Nurse to finally be the head coach to realize he doesn't have to play.
If Maxey and if Maxey and Embiid give us even their average night, that game is the comfortable fourth quarter win.
John, you're absolutely right. But why is Maxey more important to this team?
What do you mean?
Why is Maxey someone you go to before Tobias Harris?
Well, no, I think he's got to be because, first of all, he's got to shoot that shot.
But, and he's got to be able to player. Just say he's the better player.
And he's the Energizer Bunny.
The only reason Tobias Harris isn't treated like a star in your mind is because he's not good enough to be a star.
No,
and he's expected to be, but because we know he's not, it doesn't make him less important.
I'm just saying to you, we look at it differently. I watched that game last night, and Tobias Harris is far down my list of why the Sixers were in a nail-biting win against the Heat.
Well,
I look at the two stars,
far
the two
down.
All-Stars.
So
I
what?
look at them first.
So what, is he third?
Yes.
Okay, so he's
probably
third. That's
he's
still,
probably
that's
third. The fact that Nick Batum had to wear the Batman cape last night is shocking to me. Did Kelsey give it to him? I don't know what it was, but he was last night. He really was.
He was Batman last night.
He was unbelievable.
He saved the day. Now I also want to look at the text line. I know we got texts coming in as well, Connor, and the phone line. We're doing the old school phone calls today. It's 610-632-0975. But I know that we have some texts coming in as well. What do we got, Connor, on last night's win?
Yeah, we have a check-in from Troy. It says, unfortunately, Tobias Harris, talking about this argument, not to continue to bring it up, has to be in the lineup versus the Knicks because of his rebounding. Knicks are big and rebound offensively and defensively very well. So this conversation could be a moot point.
I saw the Heat rebound well offensively last night.
And the Sixers seemed disinterested in rebounding last night.
They did.
Now, look, to Tobias's credit.
What did he have last night?
He had 10 boards. So to Tobias's credit.
Only Embiid more than him, right?
Yeah, Embiid had 15.
Yeah, Embiid was there.
So Tobias had 10 boards.
Kelly Oubre had some critical ones.
He had 8. He had 8 rebounds. And dude, I love Kelly Oubre when he grabs a rebound. It's always one-handed, and he just pulls it in. It's every single time. He's the coolest looking rebounder in the NBA, in the history of the NBA. And Nico Batum was the best player in Sixers franchise history. I came to terms with that yesterday.
Did you buy the jersey today?
So I have a buddy of mine, my best friend Jimmy, is a huge, Jimmy, you play hoops with him.
Yeah.
He's a big Nico Batum fan, has been forever.
Wow.
I don't know how he hasn't bought a jersey yet. And I texted him yesterday. I was like, dude, after tonight, you have to buy a Nico Batum jersey. Like, he just has to. All right, we'll continue the conversation about the Sixers. Now, there's a quote from the MVP that I want to read to you because rightfully so, we're so critical about last night while also celebrating the victory. But maybe we can look at it from a different lens because there's something that Joel Embiid said yesterday that we will react to. It is Kincade Salciunas right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers escaped the play-in.
That we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh my God! And only the play-in tournament.
And I get home and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter, and the game just had a dull. The stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh yeah, this was old school basketball, dude.
It was.
That we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh my God! And only the play-in tournament.
And I get home and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter, and the game just had a dull. The stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh yeah, this was old school basketball, dude.
It was.
That we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh my God! And only the play-in tournament.
And I get home and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter, and the game just had a dull. The stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh yeah, this was old school basketball, dude.
It was.
The first half, going into halftime down 12 and looking lifeless. My first dude was, man, second straight playoff game where they didn't show up. And then they come out in the second half, a couple things go their way. The incredible moment of Bricket for Chicken that we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh, my God, and only the play-in tournament.
And I get home and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter. And the game just had the stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah, it was morning, even though it's, you know, it was tumultuous last night during the game, but they ultimately got the win. So we are happy. We're ready to go. And I want to let you know that the Sixers start their next round, or I guess the first round, against the Knicks on Saturday at 6 o'clock, which we are all in favor of.
I love the 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock Saturday tip is incredible. And you, of course, know that 97.5 The Fanatic is your home for the Philadelphia 76ers and the playoffs against the New York Knicks. Game 1, Saturday at 6, Madison Square Garden. Keep it here for continuing coverage. We'll have a countdown of tip-off starting Saturday afternoon at 3 with Tyrone Johnson, Bob Cooney, and D. Lynam. So a special Saturday show with Tyrone, Bob, and D, some of the great basketball minds here at the station. Tom McGinnis, of course, having the play-by-play starting at 6, and he was just freaking tremendous
He was
last night.
awesome last night.
I love that he played into the bricking for chicken. He played into it so perfectly last night, and it ended up playing out the way that we all kind of were saying, wow, is this really going to be the turnaround?
I like as I drove through North Philly to 76 and then back home, I'm listening to Tom McGinnis in a critical game just describe it as if I'm watching on TV.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Are you kidding me?
No, well, I'm not kidding you, Tom. You were great. Just take the damn compliment.
He's amazing. And we're going to also have some extra post-game coverage after the game with Kevin Cooney and D. Lynam. So D. Lynam working overtime on Saturday.
Look, D's bathing in the Sixers anyway.
Absolutely.
So it's just a matter of putting a microphone into the tub. I mean,
Absolutely.
she's there in it.
So you got all that coming your way on Saturday. So it's going to be a lot of fun leading up to Game 1, Sixers-Knicks. Thank God it's Sixers-Knicks and not Sixers-Celtics. Now, after the game, Joel Embiid spoke to Lisa Salters, but then also said something at the podium that I want to react to. So do we have the clip from ESPN? All right. We'll play this one first because it caught John's attention. I must have missed this, but it caught your attention. So let's take a listen to what Embiid said after the game.
You told me before the game that you couldn't do it alone. Tyrese couldn't do it alone. It was going to take efforts like this from this guy. Just what impact did Nick have on this game on both ends?
Everything. He's the reason why we won. You know, made a couple big shots, started to run, and then defensively, I think he was even better. Just getting into Jimmy, Tyler. He committed a stupid foul, but you know we'll take it.
So you were bothered by that quote?
When they brought it up in the game, Lisa Salters brought it up during the game in the fourth quarter too, and they talked about it on the broadcast. I'm shocked, and Doris's response was a little, I think, confused by it's before the play-in game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it can't just be me and Tyrese. It's got to be everybody else too. Whereas I think the idea is usually I'm expecting my MVP to say, Tyrese, you don't even mention Tyrese. Climb on my back. We're here. We're getting it done. It was just a strange thing to articulate to me. It's just a strange articulation. Yes, every team knows they need 5-6 guys to win.
Right.
You need that. But it's just odd.
It's weird hearing it.
Yeah, before a play-in game, you know, we can't do this ourselves. It's got to be everybody else. And guess what? He was prophetic. Because 42 points out of the MVP and an All-Star ain't good enough to win a real playoff game.
Well, maybe he knew how the defense would be from the Miami Heat. Maybe that could have been part of it.
Already in his head, yeah.
It could be. And look, maybe it's because he said it that it's bothering you.
And it's not a matter of bothering. It's odd. And it was odd on the broadcast. It was odd. They were like,
right.
Oh, okay.
Look,
can you imagine other MVPs and everything?
So I was thinking about this. I don't remember Kobe ever saying that.
I don't think he ever did.
But I do know Derek Fisher hit big shots. Robert Horry is literally called Big Shot Bob, right? So Kobe may have never said it, but he knows they win some titles because of Big Shot Bob, Derek Fisher. Michael Jordan, the greatest player in NBA history, according to many people, had Steve Kerr hit one of the biggest shots.
We all know they have these players.
LeBron James.
Usually it's get on my back. I'm leading. Follow me. I'm here. I got this.
LeBron James has won it with stars.
He needed Ray Allen, though.
He did? No, he did. We all know that they need these players. It's
right,
the
so
idea
what's wrong with them saying it?
It's the idea of just say, get on my – I'm telling you, the players that like Andrew just mentioned or you just met, get on my back is more what they say.
Well, they don't say after the game, I don't need the team.
No, this was before
get
the
on
game.
My back.
This was before the game.
Whenever they say it. Kobe never came out and said, I don't need any of these guys. I am the only guy.
Okay.
Let's go get it.
That's not what
But this is what you're verbalizing, John.
No, it's not. It's not, I don't need them. It is, I'm leading you. I'm going to be there. Follow me.
Right.
That's usually what you hear. Follow me.
And you know what? He knew that he was going to get 2 or 3 guys on him, so he would have to kick it out to guys that are going to hit open shots.
And Tyrese is that guy that has to be able to do it.
And Tyrese struggled, and thankfully, Nico Batum drops 20 yesterday. So I also have this quote from Embiid post-game. This was not with ESPN. This was at the podium, and I just have it written down here. Quote, being down a lot, we stuck together. It shows you that. I don't play my best. I don't get to my spots the whole game until the fourth quarter, and we still found a way to win. So it's one of those, look, my teammates did pick me up, which he's giving credit to his teammates. And it also tells you that they realize they might not play their best, but that doesn't mean that they're out, right? Like we talk about this with the Phillies all the time. The Phillies could be down 4-0 in a ball game. You know that offense could, when all things are going well, score 5 runs in an inning.
Absolutely.
Whereas Joel Embiid realizes, all right, yeah, we might not play well in the first quarter, but NBA is a game of runs, and this is a deeper team. And I think Embiid realizes the team that he has around him.
Does he realize without you and Maxey playing at your best, this team has no shot to win
I think he
a playoff series?
I think he realizes that.
That's all.
I'm sure he realizes that.
That is what I'm looking to hear, and that is what I'm looking to see. It's time for Maxey and Embiid to lead this team.
I'm sure he realized that. If he doesn't, then
he does.
That he realized court on a given night for this team to move forward.
Knicks, he loves Madison Square Garden.
Yes, he does.
He loves playing.
Dude, that's why
he loves playing on that stage.
The storylines of this path are amazing, and it starts with the Knicks because the storyline is he loves playing in Madison Square Garden. There's been all the reports or the rumors that the Knicks will be heavy trying to get Joel Embiid one way or another, and then just the fact that it's Philly versus New York. I mean, that alone, the two fan bases is a story.
And I think that playing against, I think you go into a game almost with playing a Eric Spoelstra team. He's in their head before the game starts. For any opposition. Boston's not going to be happy.
Dude, Boston
the Heat
lost to them in the playoffs last year.
Unless Jimmy's really hurt. And if Jimmy's really hurt, they're going to be really...
And they're saying it's a meniscus injury, so we'll see how that plays out.
He averages, by the way, 35 at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, Embiid?
With 11 rebounds and 6 assists in 39 games.
Yeah.
That is not a small sample size.
No.
When Joel Embiid plays at Madison Square Garden, there's just something. The light bulb is on. He really loves it.
He loves it. He loves the moment. Let's go to Donna. Donna, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Donna.
Okay, so I was at the game last night.
Oh, yeah.
Woo! It was really stressful the first half, but only thing I have to say is if Doc Rivers was still our coach, we would have lost that game.
I said that an hour ago, Donna. I said it an hour ago.
I know. I said he took my words. He wouldn't know how to adjust to that zone, and it was just crazy. But I'm glad we pulled it out. I'm glad Nick Nurse had the mind to pull Tobias because that's what you're going to have to do if he's not showing up. I was kind of concerned about 42 points from our 2 stars, but I think they'll be okay. I say 6 and 6.
I think they have to, let's say this, they have to be okay. They have to do more than what they did last night in order to win this series. Now, Donna, because you were in the Wells Fargo Center yesterday, is it true that bricking for chicken is the reason why the Sixers won last night?
Listen, I don't know if that's the reason they won, but that was the turning point where the crowd really got back into the game and pushed the team. I think that had a lot to do with it.
I love it.
Got that five,
That's funny.
5 nuggets is $20. So
yeah, absolutely.
Huge difference. But listen, I'll be there Thursday night. I'll call in next Thursday. I'll call in Friday. And hopefully we'll be up 2-1.
That would be good.
That would be great, Donna. We would love to hear from you.
We're going to split in New York. We're going to split in New York. So
all right,
thank you, Donna.
That's a good path. We appreciate the call.
Good time caller.
Oh,
we
well,
love
thank you
Donna.
for calling, Donna. Thank you so much. Yeah, bricking for chicken. People, it's the real story of last night's game.
What Donna says though, and it's not for today, it's for tomorrow. You got to split New York.
Yeah,
you got to split 7-game series. Got to split New York, and with those numbers from Embiid in his history there. That puts a smile on your face.
Yeah,
really
as it should.
He enjoys that stage, and hopefully everything is just a cleansing breath. And again, I do think what Connor said earlier was really bright. Last night was pass-fail.
Right.
Last night was a pass-fail event.
No, you can take stuff away from it, but you can't use it to define the team.
No, because you don't know. First of all, does that have carryover? Is the way they played last night carrying over? I don't believe it's the same defensive club with the Knicks. The Knicks and the Sixers are almost the exact same defensive club.
Right, but
they give up a point and a half difference a game.
Thibodeau is a defensive-minded head coach, and he probably watched what Eric Spoelstra did last night. Now, look, personnel and culture and all that kind of stuff is totally different. But if I'm Tom Thibodeau and I'm this defensive mastermind, I look at what Eric Spoelstra did yesterday. I go, all right, I'm going to try to implement that at some point in our game.
I'll be anxious to see what they try. I find the Knicks so far and maybe it's dumb, and it's going to burn me. I find them just a less intimidating headspace than playing Miami.
Here's what freaks me out. And we could look at 9:30, we're going to start doing like a little bit of a Sixers-Knicks preview. And I said this yesterday. I'll say it again today. Not having potentially DeAnthony Melton might be a huge factor because Tyrese Maxey's not a good defender on the perimeter.
No.
And you saw last night Nico Batum having to try to slow down Tyler Hero. Hero goes off for 16 in the fourth quarter last night.
Can't stand it.
Jalen Brunson might have a lot of overs in this game, in this series. You just have to hope that Embiid has overs and Maxey has overs. That's the thing that freaks me out the most about this series with the Knicks is that the Sixers have zero perimeter defense.
My neighborhood has a skate park behind it, like this really nice skate park. Tyler Hero looks like every kid that goes in and out of that skate park, and it just annoys the crap out of me.
Oh, man. All right. Coming your way next, more of your reaction on the phone lines and the text lines at 610-632-0975. I'm also going to say something that I'm not ashamed to say it, and we kind of touched on it earlier, but I am not ashamed to say something that I said out loud to my wife last night about the Sixers.
Hey, now.
It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
What they're always telling you.
That we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh, my God, and only the play-in tournament.
And I get home, and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter, and the game just had a dull – the stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until – 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah, this was old school basketball, dude.
It was.
down 12 and looking lifeless. My first thought, dude, was, man, second straight playoff game where they didn't show up. And then they come out in the second half, a couple things go their way. The incredible moment of bricking for chicken that we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh, my God, and only the play-in tournament.
And I get home, and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter. And the game just had the stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah, this was old school basketball, dude.
It was.
Beautiful Thursday morning after last night's Sixers win. They get ready to take on the Knicks Saturday at 6 o'clock. You'll be able to listen to every single Sixers basketball game right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I just checked Twitter. There's 4 things on my trending right now. Heat Sixers, Tobias Harris, and Doc Rivers. And then Venmo. I don't know why Venmo's
Why
trending.
are we honestly, why are we talking about Doc Rivers? These people. Like, come on, let's move on from Doc.
You know why? It's what I said a couple minutes ago. And what Donna, our caller, just said. If Doc Rivers is the head coach of that game last night, the Sixers lose. Plain and simple.
I didn't see what Nick Nurse did to win that game.
He benched Tobias Harris in the final 5 minutes. And the players that were on the court were the 5 best players that the Sixers had last night. Does that mean Tobias Harris is not one of the 5 best players on the team? No. But last night, he was not one of the 5 best players on the court. Now, I got a great tweet from LeBar on Twitter.
LeBar's a really good listener.
Okay. So he sends in a great point. We kind of gave Tobias his flowers for his 10 rebounds, right? Because we're trying to find something nice to say about Tobias. Well, LeBar reminds us that 4 of his rebounds were from his own missed layups.
Okay, that's
accurate. He would have had 6 rebounds had he just made a layup. But no, he missed 4 layups.
Did you watch that team on the defensive boards last night?
On the
defensive
it wasn't
boards,
good.
They were atrocious. They were flat-footed, and Doris Burke going. The Sixers are flat-footed.
Yes,
they're not even. They're not going. They're not going to the ball, and that's everybody.
Yes,
that has to change.
Oh yeah,
except for Nico Batum, man,
and Tobias.
Nico,
your best player last night.
Nico was fantastic. Do you want to go to the game Saturday? By the way, a buddy of mine sent in a link here.
Yeah,
from New York. You're going to spend. You're going to spend around $700.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'll pass.
Upper level, $700 for.
Do I get to play in the game?
Yeah, right.
No, it's not. No, we're not playing knockout afterwards.
I will watch from the comfort of my own home for that one. All right, I'm just gonna say something, and then we'll go to the phones. And I'm not ashamed to say it. And I talked about it a little bit earlier.
What'd you say?
For all the people that were the chesty, bring on the Celtics. I am so thankful that they pulled out that win yesterday. That they're not playing the Celtics because maybe they can go through some growing pains against the Knicks. They might still lose games. The Celtics will not allow you to make mistakes and still let you win the basketball game. So for all the chesty Sixers, bring on the Celtics fans.
Bring them on. You have to play them at some point.
I said it out loud. I said it out loud to Christy in the third quarter when the Sixers were still losing in the third quarter. This is before the bricking for chicken, right? I said that changed everything. I said to Christy, I was like, wow. The Sixers playoffs will probably end in 2 weeks because I thought they were going to lose last night at one moment and that they would lose to the Celtics pretty quick.
I'm shocked. Now you're watching the game. By the way, I have documented proof that I didn't feel this way because Kate and I were texting.
All right.
I did not, for whatever reason, I did not think the Sixers were losing that game.
Oh, I thought they were dead.
I thought they were losing.
I thought they were very
at halftime, I didn't.
No, even
the third quarter,
even coming out in the third quarter, Because it was still midway. The break-in for Chicken didn't happen until midway through the third quarter. Now, I jokingly put out the tweet of, wow, this could be the moment. It ended up kind of being the moment. But the first 6 minutes of the third quarter was still just that lackluster, that lack of effort, that lack of energy. And you're like, we talk about flipping the switch all the time. Halfway through the third quarter, the switch was not flipped yet. And I wasn't feeling good about it. But thankfully,
I don't know why.
the flip was switched.
I don't know why I just did not feel that there was I had a good feeling. I said, I told Kate Scott, I said, I'm not wavering. The fourth quarter closeout is coming.
And it did?
And it did. And this was, by the way,
thanks to who?
This is right after halftime.
Thanks to Joel Embiid.
This did not. Okay. We're just never going to agree on this.
Joel Embiid was
It is interesting. We're never going to agree on this stuff.
Him and Nico Batum in the fourth quarter. And Kelly Oubre, 9 points. We have to give Kelly Oubre his credit. All right, let's go to Steve on the cell. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's going on, Steve?
All right, first of all, I got a couple points to make. In the beginning, when the show first came on, first of all, it's better. I'm happy that Nico Batum had a good game and Kelly Oubre had his energy. That's great. But it goes back to the old saying: it's better to have and not need, and need not have. Well, first of all, that shouldn't have been the case. Embiid and Maxey don't need to score 42 points between the two.
You're right.
And we definitely don't need them to step up. And not only is Maxey's bad shooting, that didn't go well with me either, but the fact that he was like passive, like he acted like he was scared to shoot.
And then when he was passive, it was leading to turnovers. He had a bad game yesterday. And it's okay to point that out.
Here's the thing, too, you're pointing out, Steve.
Yeah.
The passiveness, that's a choice.
Right,
that's a choice.
Yeah,
it wasn't because it's a choice.
Yeah. And one more thing. Hello?
Yes.
What's up?
Yeah. All these what ifs y'all naming, like what if Doc Rivers was coaching the team? I got another what if. If the way they played last night, if Terry Rozier was in that game, they would have lost that game.
They could have. Yeah. I mean, look, we said it.
If Jimmy Butler doesn't twist his ankle on that one, or I mean his knee, excuse me, if he doesn't jam his knee after the first quarter thing, and then on that jam, to me, you lose that game.
Absolutely. I will
It's
not.
a one-point
I will not
game.
debate that with you, Jimmy Butler.
Oh my
if he's
gosh.
100% healthy, they win that basketball game. But this is why we said I don't want the Celtics early on, because something like that could happen to Jason Tatum. I don't root for it, but something like that could happen to Jason Tatum.
It could. No,
could happen
it
to Jaylen
does.
Brown. Could happen to Kristaps Porzingis.
And we are not rooting for that. We are not jerk-offs like that.
No, absolutely
we would not do that. We're not those kind of people.
No, absolutely not. But ultimately, they get the win. And look, for you, I'm not disagreeing with you that Embiid and Maxey have to step up.
I think it's the lead story, though. You see, this is where we just disagreed. What happened last night? 42 points from a MVP and your
John,
all-star.
I can't come in here after a win and do lead story. Embiid and Maxey did not play well enough.
I can absolutely. If I'm using oxygen to be dwelling on Tobias Harris, I can.
But if they lose the series to the Knicks and Maxey and Embiid continue to play that way, it is, let's go. Open fire. We rip Embiid and Maxey.
And I know you're very fair about that.
They won last night.
I'm just telling you that's how we look at things differently.
But I think you would agree that Embiid in the fourth quarter finally stepped up.
There was like a 3-minute stretch where he really did, 3-4-minute stretch where they needed him, and he did it.
And he did it.
And if he had just been average,
yes,
the game's a laugher.
But they got the win.
I got you.
And he turned things around.
It's a pass
which is
fail.
why I couldn't come in here today, even though you're right. Our callers are right. I can't come in here today and go, oh my God, Embiid and Maxey sucked last night.
Okay, well, if I can say that Tobias Harris sucks and I can use the oxygen to say that, I can say that.
Well, I'll point out that he was so bad that he was unplayable, and that change. They did. Nick Nurse making the decision to bench him is a big reason why you won the game yesterday. All right, we continue the Sixers conversation, but also we turn to our man from inside the Birds, Andrew DeCecco. We talked so much Sixers today, we didn't forget. It is 1 week until the NFL draft, so Andrew DeCecco is going to be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour as well, so we're going to mix in some Eagles draft talk. We got today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. A wild time in Philadelphia sports. John, one of the first things I said to you was 2024 is going to be a year of incredible content. And it hasn't shied away from it through 4 months. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
7 seed. Sixers. I'm
The first half, going into halftime down 12 and looking lifeless. My first thought, dude, was, man, second straight playoff game where they didn't show up. And then they come out in the second half, a couple things go their way. The incredible moment of brinket for chicken that we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh, my God, and only the play-in tournament.
And I get home and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter. And the game just had a dull. The stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah, this is old school basketball, dude.
It was.
That we will talk about. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh, my God, and only the play-in tournament.
And I get home and I walk in probably at the end of the first quarter. And the game just had a dull. The stadium sounded dead. I'm not ripping the people who were in attendance because they gave you nothing to cheer for. They weren't at the 50-point mark until 7 minutes had gone in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah, this is old school basketball, dude.
It was.
winner selected at random won $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. 975 The Fanatic signing bonus is presented by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer. Demand Rand for justice. Please never text and drive. Good luck.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:02 on Kincade and Salciunas on this Thursday morning. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Thursday morning after the Sixers were able to pull out that win against the Miami Heat. It is also 1 week until the NFL draft. So this next hour, don't you worry, Sixers talk is still going on. But this next hour, we're also going to mix in some Eagles talk because we are 1 week away from the NFL draft. You've heard him on with us for a couple of times leading up to the draft. It was 4 weeks of the draft, 3 weeks of the draft. Now today, 1 week to the draft. Our man Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds, he's going to be joining us for the entire hour. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up in about 2 minutes at 8:05. But again, still reacting to the Sixers game from last night. Now, you want to talk about coaching.
I do.
Something that I found incredible, and Nico Batum talked about this after the game yesterday. Now, I don't know if this was Nick Nurse who made the call, but look, a head coach, their coaching staff is also very important. His block that he had last night. Do you have the play-by-play of the block, Connor? Because this is what, look, Nico Batum catches fire from three in the corner. He's supposed to be the corner three-point shooter, right? All of a sudden, he makes this block in the game last night.
16 on the shot clock, 28 to go in the game. Hero for three in a tie. It's blocked by Batum. Maxey knocks the ball, and he's fouled. Nick Batum has done it all. He blocked him. What a play.
So a couple of things. One, thank you, Nico Batum. Just got to say that. Two, Tyler Hero's got 16 points in the fourth quarter alone. They had to take Maxey off of him and put Nico Batum, who's like 65 years old, against Tyler Hero on the perimeter, and he makes that block. Now, credit to the Sixers coaching staff. After the game, he said that one of the assistant coaches literally showed him on like the iPad during the timeout, this is the play they're going to run. So he knew where
That's pretty good.
That is
That's
coaching.
That's next level.
And look, I'm
That's
sure
preparation.
Maybe David Yeager, who used to be Doc Rivers' assistant coach, maybe I don't want to rip the entire Doc Rivers coaching staff, but I don't know if that's caught with a previous regime coaching staff. Somebody told Nico Batum, hey, you're going to be guarding Hero on this play. They're going to go to Hero because Butler was basically out of the game at this point, and he's going to take this shot from this spot. And Batum was right there for the block.
Yeah, it's
I
good.
mean, that's huge. The fact that the coaching staff can also make an impact like that. Which is why we've said, like, I know you want to ignore Doc Rivers. It's in the past. I don't think they win that game.
I just am tired of talking about Doc
I get
Rivers.
it, but
as
look,
far as this team, there's enough things we got to talk about that need to be cleaned up.
Correct.
I'm worried about what Doc Rivers did years ago.
Correct, but there's a chance that you face Doc Rivers if you take care of business against the Knicks.
I would love it.
And then there's going to be a lot of Doc Rivers talk.
I would love it then.
Absolutely. All right, we got Eagles draft talk come up in a little bit, but it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What's up, Connor?
What's up, boys? How we feeling? I'm good. Yeah,
It's a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had some interesting stuff yesterday, too, outside of just Sixers basketball, Phillies baseball. I mean, we had a very interesting story.
Do you have anything Phillies related in today's headlines?
I don't.
All right, can I just say Kyle Schwarber obliterated 2 baseballs?
He did.
That second one would have killed somebody.
No, seriously, thank God it hit the ESPN bet sign and not a person, because that ball was a missile. But nobody was really watching at that point because the Sixers game was going on, but it was a shot.
I'm always
sorry,
watching,
Connor.
baby. Locked on Phillies, subscribe. No, but let's talk about another big man from Philadelphia sports, or I guess recently a Philadelphia athlete. You guys hear a story about Jason Kelce losing his Super Bowl ring?
I did.
The dude was doing a stunt for New Heights, the
was
podcast.
it Travis or was it Jason?
Jason. Oh, it was Jason,
Oh,
and you can hear a little bit about it right here.
Mixed into that chili were socks with make-believe rings, and then there's actually only one real ring in there, which was my Super Bowl ring, that they had to try and find. One in each pool. But there was an unfortunateness. As you guys know, this game existed because I continually lose my Super Bowl ring, but I legitimately lost my Super Bowl ring in this event. They could not find it. We have still yet to find it.
What did you expect to happen?
I thought that we would just go in the pool and get the ring afterwards.
You're such...
Got a metal detector. There's actually metal in Skyline Chili. There's traces of iron within the chili itself. So it's an impossible task to try and use a metal detector.
That's so good.
It's just a hunk of metal. I'll just have another one made, I think. They can do that, right?
I don't know, Jason. Probably.
Guess we're going to find out.
Do they not know? Does he not know the answer to this Scooby-Doo mystery?
That somebody stole it.
Somebody's got the ring.
Somebody has it.
I mean, it's not just missing.
Yeah, somebody
got the real
I
ring.
don't know, bro.
and
That
kept
Skyline chili is thick. It could be in there still.
Somebody got his real ring.
And here's the deal. So the Amazon, he mentions the running bit is that he always loses his ring. In the Amazon documentary.
Oh, yes, they talk about it.
They talk about him. It's always his keys and his ring. He can never find them. Dude, I would never. Look, I don't have a Super Bowl ring. I was not on that team, believe it or not. Why would you even risk it?
And it keeps falling off.
For what? For more clicks on your podcast? It's already number one. Like, why do you need to do that? But yeah, that's crazy. Hopefully he finds it because I'm sure that's something that I know sometimes players sell it off, maybe to make some extra cash.
I think he's safe not having to sell it off.
I think he's safe, yeah.
Andrew, I think it's fine, man. He doesn't have to sell that off.
Good morning, Andrew.
No, I don't think so. Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good to be with you.
What's next, Connor?
No chili, but definitely something crazy as well. Do you guys see this with a reporter talking to Caitlin Clark?
Dude, please play it.
Oh, my goodness. This is weird.
It was brutal.
Caitlin, Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me, and we'll get along just fine.
All right, in case you don't know what they're talking about, Caitlin Clark, after every game, makes a heart with her two hands. I'm doing it on the YouTube right now. And she shows it whenever her family's in the stands, she does it to him. Greg Doyle, I don't know, never met him in my life. Creepo alert.
I will just
start doing that to me, and you'll get along fine. Ew.
Awkward as hell, but here's one thing I will say about Greg Doyle. He has been an advocate over time for women's sports as a columnist.
I can hear why.
And everything like that.
Yeah,
no, but I mean,
he's got a heart on.
No, I think it was a bad moment or bad wording. Like it just came out wrong or something. Because he's somebody who really does, like he's not a detractor to women's athletics. He's a supporter of it. That was a bad moment for Greg.
Dude, it was creepo.
Oh, it is creepo.
It's like, stay away from me. If I'm Caitlin Clark, I'm saying, please don't ever come up to my locker when I'm talking. That's weird, man.
That's beyond cringe.
Like
beyond.
Like, could you imagine? And of course, it's worse because it's women's sports, right? Like, here's the thing: he would never have said that to a men's basketball player.
If DeCecco does this at the post-draft press conference to the first-round pick, we're gonna have issues.
Well, and everybody, it's a bigger deal because of what it is.
I'd say it's a Nico Batum right now.
Yes, you would. And of course, he wrote an article about it, and he's probably going to get clicks for it.
There you go.
All right, what's next, Connor?
We're rounding out with this because we haven't had Andrew DeCecco. We've had this Andrew's reaction, but I want Andrew's reaction to what we talked about yesterday with this Howie Roseman interesting answer from his press conference.
What do you think the upside is for trading Hassan for the conditional pick a couple of years down the line?
Well, the pick's not conditional. We're getting a pick, so I don't really think I understand the question.
It's a third round from a second round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what do you think the upside is for trading Hassan with the year left in his deal in his prime for the pick that you got?
Well, I think you're asking a question in a vacuum without all the other factors. So, I mean, if we want to talk about all the factors that go into building the team and the resources that we put into each position, we can do that. But I don't think the question's really fair and accurately describes the transaction.
Andrew DeCecco, was that question fair?
Absolutely. This has been the topic of conversation as far as Eagles offseason transactions go. Everyone wants to know the answer to this question. You know it's coming.
Yes.
To answer it like that, almost like you're blindsided,
He was in his
is totally ridiculous.
It seemed like he was in his feelings.
I read from the Eagles website, ESPN, and CBS, from the day that it happened, and it is listed a conditional third that can become a two. I don't know why in the world Howie Roseman would choose to wordsmith. Well, you're making it sound like it's on your own freaking website that it's a conditional pick. Why is he doing that? It's just it's unbelievable.
Yeah, probably a little protective and guarded about that. And obviously that move is pretty catastrophic, and it's viewed, it's very skeptical.
Yeah, so I have a question for you because Bob Cooney brought up an interesting point because he talked about this a lot yesterday too, the clip that we just played. And Bob made an interesting point. And, Andrew, I'll ask you. Bob made the point that he had that reaction because maybe he himself is not happy with the return. So is this he's upset with Hassan Reddick? Did you think he actually wanted to trade Hassan Reddick?
I do, because they were never going to meet his demands.
Okay, and we asked Adam Schefter about this. There's still no contract yet with the Jets. So he could have played on the final year of his deal like he might play on the final year of his deal with New York. So is Howie just upset with Hassan? Like, I'm trying to figure, like, why would you have that reaction? And Bob's point is because he's upset with the return itself for a draft pick for 3 drafts from now.
That's interesting, but I think it's more so he knows what's being out there. He knows what's being said. And Howie is always viewed as the bright mind, the savvy GM, which he is. But when you see the different, it's a polarizing move, right? So when you see that and you see the things that are being written, the things that are being said, you get a little guarded and maybe a little bit self-conscious, and you maybe lash out irrationally like he did.
And here's the only thing I'll say it again. If Hassan Reddick plays under his contract with no extension from the Jets, then I'm pissed at Hassan Reddick because he said at his opening press conference, whether I get an extension or not, whether I'm just going to play my heart out and I'm going to be the professional I've always been.
Right.
You could have been the professional you've always been here and not gotten up in your feelings about this.
Right.
If he doesn't get a new contract from the Jets, this becomes a Hassan issue, not a Howie issue.
That raises a whole new set of questions, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, and we'll get into a lot of draft talk, but we talked about this a little bit yesterday too. There's a lot of young players that we need to see step up. The Eagles need to see step up. Who do you think they're putting majority of the bread in the basket for? And let's take Jalen Carter out of it because I think we all think Jalen Carter is going to be a stud. But, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean, Keely Ringo because they're still the unknown of James Bradbury. Isaiah Rodgers, who hasn't been in the league for 2 seasons. Like, who is that young player or that newer player that they're really going to put a lot of bread in the basket of?
Jordan Davis. You led with him, and he's the player that when you look at how he got off to the start last season, he started out the season like gangbusters. He was stopping the run. He was showing a lot of high effort and some juice for his size. But then as the season wore on, guys, you started to see him wear down. He almost emptied out the gas tank in that Buffalo game, and he wasn't really effective. He was playing a little bit high, wasn't chasing in pursuit like he had been all season. So all eyes are going to be on him. The Fletcher Cox isn't here. He was their most consistent player on defense, and he sort of alleviated some of the scrutiny that was placed on those 2 younger defenders. And now they're going to be the ones. It's their show. They have to take over, and we have yet to see if he's able to do it for a full season.
When he got injured in 22, the Eagles were number 1 against the run, with Jordan Davis being a big part of that. Last year, they were either 1 or 2 for large stretches of the season, and then it fell apart at the end. Do you think it's just conditioning? Because when he's ready, he's one of the best 2 years in a row. He's been one of the best, but you can't have him falling off. It's not the SEC championship game, and then you get a month off.
I think it has a lot to do with conditioning because you can even see his pad level rises when he gets gassed and tired. He's able to be moved. When a man that size, no one should really be able to move him on that line of scrimmage. He should be able to dominate the point of attack consistently. So I think, it can be attributed solely, John, to conditioning. But he is such a dominant force. And when the Eagles drafted him, you don't draft a player in the first round. I don't need to say this, but you don't draft him to be a part-time player. You envision him being a full-time centerpiece of your defensive line, and that's what he's going to be asked to do.
Now, that was some deep football talk there. You notice his pad level rises.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's why I like sitting next to him at games.
Oh, yeah, you get smarter.
Because I get to sit next. But you see, Andrew always claims he's the football guy.
I'm a football guy, yeah. But I don't go pad level.
This Andrew educates me all the time.
I'm starting to sweat back here. Low center of gravity next. This is getting exciting. All
right, so
I've been in my draft bag for a while.
Yeah,
so here's the deal. Andrew's going to be with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. But I do want to make this clear. We are still reacting to the Sixers win last night. It's a major story, so you can climb in on the phone lines or the text line at 610-632-0975. Continue to react to last night's Sixers win. But also, if you have a draft question, you can call in or text in the question for Andrew Pacheco. That's why we have him in here, so that we can focus on a lot of the draft. So Andrew's here with us until until we get to 9 o'clock, and then Kevin Negandhi will be joining us at 9 o'clock. Another great draft guy, but also another big Sixers fan. So we'll talk to Kevin at 9 o'clock. Now, I got to ask this question for all of us, Connor as well. Andrew, I imagine next Thursday you're just locked in draft. But how the hell do we handle next Thursday? Next Thursday is not only the first round of the NFL draft, it's going to be Game 3 Sixers-Knicks.
And if it's 1-1 coming home.
It's a pivotal Game 3.
Well, I always think 3 is just always the biggest game of a series anyway.
It is, and I'm a big Sixers guy. A lot of folks may not know that because I don't tweet about it, but I'm going to be conflicted, but I have to be locked in. Obviously, it's my job to be locked in.
It's your job, football.
So that's going to be my primary focus that day, guys. But best believe I'm going to be keyed in on in tune with what's going on with the Sixers that night.
I might say something sacrilegious. I think I'm full It's playoffs, right? So I don't even want to go dual screen. I'm going full Sixers, and I'll probably just refresh Twitter.
I know that the draft, the Sixers will be done by the time the Eagles pick.
And then you flip over
unless
to the draft.
Howie makes the wild move up the board. So iPad here, keeping track of the draft. It's all Sixers.
But I think it's during commercial breaks. I refresh Twitter because you know how Shefty is NFL allowed to put out the players before the pick itself.
I think they're not supposed to.
But they word it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm alerted to things, just minutes before it happens, and so is Chef. All those guys. So
right.
I would say keep your notifications on.
All right, so it's
one of us will have you covered.
Day. It's a notification day for me. Connor, how are you handling yourself next Thursday, night one of the NFL draft and game 3 Sixers-Knicks?
Well, I'm going to start with the tequila soda and we're going to go. Honestly, the draft, I like watching the draft when I have the opportunity, but you can get the information from social media. You can't get the same experience of watching the I don't need to see Roger Goodell. I don't. I just need to know who the Eagles are going to take, where trades are made. So my focus is going to be mainly on the Sixers.
I was once ripped years ago, first night of the NFL draft. It was like the first nice day of spring. I went outside and just followed along my phone. I was ripped because football guys watched the draft.
Well, that's
I don't
true.
know what you're watching for. To see let's go look
suits.
at, here's J.J. McCarthy mowing his parents' lawn, and he's an All-American boy.
Right.
I don't like those. It's one of the reasons why I cannot.
The white safety, sneaky athletic.
I cannot stand watching
deceptive speed.
I cannot stand watching the Olympics because I want to watch the event. I don't want to watch the 7-minute retrospective of look at what this guy overcame to be an Olympian.
Right.
I don't care. I just want to watch the event. Show me the 440. Show me
that's all I need. Yeah, exactly.
And on draft night, the draft has just been blown into a gigantic, long TV event where it could be, I would say 5 minutes should be.
All right, so bottom line is set the notifications on Andrew DeCecco,
yes.
and we'll be good.
We're counting on him to watch for us.
Let's go to Josh in King of Prussia. Josh, you're on the Fanatic.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning, Andrew.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, what's up, Josh?
So I was down at the game last night with a couple buddies of mine, and I got to tell you, by that first half, bro, the energy was done. I mean, it was one of the ugliest halves of basketball I've ever seen, and it was the first time taking my buddy down there. So great showing. But as dumb as this city is, and I love us, those 2 missed free throws that got everyone free nuggets today lit that place on fire.
Yeah.
They went on a run, and then Embiid hit that 3 to make it 74-74, and the whole vibe changed.
Dude, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's dumb. We played the moment it happened and everything that transpired afterward earlier in the show. I mean, it literally did. I don't think it lit up the players. I think it lit up the arena, and I think that may have helped a little bit.
It was the loudest I had heard the Wells Fargo Center in some time. And I've been down there for a few Flyers games and Sixers games. It was great. And this is a game that I've watched us lose on the flip side dozens of times over the past 4 seasons. And now we have guys with some decent athleticism, although Oubre was a little excited and his 5 fouls hurt us a bit, but he came down big in the stretch.
Nine points in the fourth quarter, man.
It was, and the fact of the matter is, I think Tyrese probably had his worst game of the season, which doesn't bode well, but I don't see that happening again.
It better not. We'll say that. It better not, Josh. And thanks for the call, man. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself last night. It better not. I think we're all on the same page. It better not.
No, it better not.
He needs to play better against the Knicks.
And again, 42 from your MVP and an all-star is – you're not getting it done against any team that you got to be.
You're not. All right.
For me personally, it better not.
It better not. So coming your way next, we'll relive the brickin' for chicken moment because that is look, it's a story. It's an actual story. He says we're dumb for buying into it. You know what? Sometimes being dumb is okay. That's why I'm always happy.
That should be a slogan in the studio.
I just put my head in the sand half the time, and being dumb, being naive makes me happy. But also, Andrew DeCecco joining us until 9 o'clock. You were buzzing on social media this week. A lot of pre-draft nuggets. So I'm going to ask you a question Is there a position that they will be focusing on more through the entirety of the draft? I'm going to make you do numbers, okay? Are you good with your math?
Oh, I'm great with it.
He's great with
well,
mine.
when it comes to this.
It's simple, and it's simple math, I promise. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fan. the contest page at 975thefanatic.com and nominate someone who you think deserves to win 2 round-trip flights on Avelo Airlines. We have to pick our next 4 winners at some point today.
Can't wait.
Because we will be announcing them tomorrow. So last week we gave away 4 round-trip for 2 flights last week. Now, tomorrow we'll be doing that again. 4 winners will win 2 round-trip flights courtesy of our friends at Avelo Airlines. Of course, you cannot nominate yourself. We're doing it again tomorrow, and then we'll do it again on April 26th.
That's
all
awesome.
sponsored by Avelo Airlines and Wilmington Airport, Delaware's favorite airport. Is close home and is convenient parking, shorter lines, and an easy, relaxed atmosphere. To fly Velo out of the Wilmington Airport, visit AveloAir.com. Be ready to have another box of tissues next to you because these stories are they're hard to get through. There's a lot of great nominees, and it's normally in the fields when we're reading these stories. So we'll get to them coming up today, and we'll announce 4 more winners tomorrow. Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds is with us for the rest of the hour. We're also talking Sixers basketball because last night was incredible. So, Andrew, I'm going to ask you this question. Then we're going to play some Sixers audio because I want to give you actual time to answer it because it's number related. All right?
Okay.
So I've been following your feed on Twitter this week. You've been talking about all the pre-draft interviews that the Eagles have been doing. You've heard a couple of pre-draft interviews, people that are doing it either via Zoom or in-house. So think about this answer. The Eagles right now have 8 picks. Now, that could change. I want
Guarantee
you to,
it'll change.
It'll change. But with the knowledge that we have now of 8 picks, I want you to tell me positions, how many corners will be drafted, how many offensive linemen will be drafted. Out of the 8 picks, give me the 8 positions that are drafted, and it could be 2 at 1 or 3 at 1 even. So think about that. But I want to take a minute to play the big moment from last night's Sixers game. And it didn't really necessarily mean the Sixers did anything special. It was the fact that Caleb Martin missed 2 free throws, and the fans were brought back to life thanks to Brickin' for Chicken.
Sixers down by 11. Miami will be shooting free throws. And don't forget, again, the Brickin' for Chicken in arena promotion. Here comes Caleb Martin to the line. First free throws of the game for him, 77.8% on the year. Martin misses the free throw. Both teams have made 9 free throws. Miami shooting its 13th. Here's Caleb Martin really taking some time. Foul line left, and he missed it. Brickin' for Chicken has hit. Sixers need to score. Trying to build off the enthusiasm of the crowd. Batum with it. Buddy Hield is on. Back to Batum. He fakes. He shoots. Outside for 3. It's good. Nico Batum with his second 3. And the Brickin' for Chicken has brought the crowd alive. It's an 8-point game. Miami ball. Now a stop would be good for the Sixers here on the right side. Down low, Jimmy Butler. Back out top, Martin fakes. Drives it into the lane. Wrap around to A. Throws it to Kelly Oubre. Sixers down to Buddy. Heel with a layup. Rejected by Jovic, but it's goaltending. And the Sixers are making a run. A frenzied crowd leads Eric Spoelstra to take a timeout. Man, a cacophonous roar here in Philadelphia. It's a 6-point game. Gotta love it. 6:14 to go in the third. 2 missed free throws. The crowd gets ignited. A 3, a turnover, a goaltended hoop. Ball game.
He's the best.
Tom
he
does a
played
great
into it
job. perfectly.
And again, the winning percentage for the Miami Heat at that moment, before the second free throw was missed, 82.4% win probability. And then the rest is history. The life in the crowd is back. The Sixers capitalize on it, and they eventually win the game. And now they'll be taking on the New York Knicks Saturday at 6 o'clock in New York. You can listen live right here on The Fanatic. All right, did I give you enough time to think of your answer?
I got it.
All right, so what pre-draft trends have told you maybe where they will focus on the draft? And, of course, it depends on how the board falls. Like, they might have an offensive lineman that they love, and then they're taken. But the Eagles right now have 8 picks. Give me the number by positions that are drafted.
Let's see. Off the top of my head, looking at it defensively, corner, safety, they have to add 1 of each.
Okay.
Linebacker, edge rusher. 4.
So we got 4, and it's all 4 different positions. Okay.
They need all of that. They need to supplement it and get young talent in there. Looking at it offensively, an offensive lineman. That's a surefire pick right off the bat.
Yeah.
You need a tight end, I think, wide receiver, and a running back.
So we're going to have 8. If it
8
goes
separate.
the way today, there's 8 draft picks. It's 8 different positions. No doubling up.
That's the way I see it right now. Now, I do believe that they're going to have more than 8 picks, knowing that they're going to be moving all around the board. But as we stand right now, that's kind of the way I see it. They have some holes, and they need to supplement it, like I was saying, with younger talent, looking at it long-term for the future.
When you say, though, that they're going to have more than 8 picks, what if they decide values on the board, and they're willing to take 6 guys? Like combined picks. Or do you see any scenario where that's happening?
I do. If they opt to trade up, let's say if a Terrion Arnold falls, if a Troy Fautanu from Washington, the versatile offensive lineman who is my favorite offensive lineman in this class, if they're within striking distance and you have a chance to go up and get them, those are players that have Eagle stamped right all over it. But it depends on how the board falls, because you said, depending on what happens at the back end of the first round, you may opt to trade down and pick up an offensive lineman like Graham Barton from Duke, who can play tackle, center, or guard, is immediate, player at right guard right off the bat.
You're saying plug and play.
Plug and play.
See, that's what I think that they do. I'll ask you. What I've been on this entire time is I know what they do, and they're smart at it. It's the least sexy pick. It's drafting the eventual replacement of Lane Johnson, but a guy that can play right guard. And then who knows? Like Landon Dickerson was supposed to be the eventual replacement of Jason Kelsey. So was Isaac Seumalo, and then they ended up being stellar guards for this Eagles offensive line. I still think that's what the Eagles end up doing early on, whether it's with that first-round pick or maybe the early second-round pick, where it's a guy that is eventually going to be the replacement to Lane Johnson, but might play right guard to start.
Absolutely, and you even look at someone like a J.C. Latham from Alabama. 22 might be a little bit of a pipe dream that he's going to last how long, but you never want to speak in absolutes when you're talking about the NFL draft, as you guys know. But he can play right tackle, he can play guard, and he's another one. Very physical, very proficient. He's played a lot of football. Get him into the building and let Jeff Stoutland work his magic and refine him into an all-pro talent. There's a lot to like, and I think there's going to be some really high-end talent guys at the back end of the first round, so they may end up being able to stay put and still come out with a really high-quality player.
So if they did get aggressive on moving up for an offensive lineman, do you expect an outcry from the fan base saying, do you not understand you're loaded on one side of the ball and the defensive side needs it? Could you see them getting aggressive on the defensive side and trading up?
I certainly can, especially when you look at, John, all the different corners that they brought in for their 30 visits. And you don't always want to make a lot about that because it's not always that they're interested. They want to get a closer look at medical, maybe off the field. Maybe they want to get information about a teammate that they had. There's various reasons why they may bring a player in, but I think that there's obviously some smoke there. If there's a player like a Terrion Arnold, a Quinyon Mitchell, but Quinyon Mitchell's, I don't see him getting out of the top 15. But if there's a player like that, maybe a Cooper DeJean, because his testing might put him out of the Eagles' range there. So those are two players.
Sneaky athletic testing.
Yeah, the sneaky. He's a lunch pail guy.
What is that? Sneaky athletic. What's that code for?
It's amazing. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. During our final segment with you, we're going to run through a bunch of questions. I know we got questions coming in on the text line. We got some questions on the phone lines. You can call in or text in draft questions for Andrew DeCecco at 610-632-0975. We're also working in the Sixers here, and I know Cool in South Philly wants to talk about last night. What's up, Cool?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? How you guys doing, man?
Good, Cool.
Good.
Hey, Tunas, you my spirit animal with the Tobias Harris stuff, man.
Damn right, man.
Straight honest, man, because I feel like it's a band, It's like a band. And our bass guy, the guy in the bass, if he's off, he's off. As soon as Tobias sat down, we went on a run. As soon as Hill and Batum came in, we start running. We hitting open shots. It's not a hesitation. It's not a pump fake. It's not a post. You can see it right away. The IQ, the passing. It changes and that's the reason why Embiid and Maxey had to play better. But the reason that they're able to get neutralized is because when you have a guy on this court who's not shooting the ball or is going to second-guess himself, it can throw off the whole team.
Cool. Tell me this, though. So you said that
we've been watching this for a while.
5.5 years.
Cool. Let me ask you this. Is that you're telling me, well, if your bass player, your bass guys, your bass player and your drummer both aren't showing up and aren't getting it done, and now you're going to blame the backup singer. You're going to go on there and be backing up whoever the backup singer is. You're going to be blaming them.
Oh, if the backup singer's that bad,
I want it to be a good. I can't even imagine that we're not talking about
John,
42 points from the
John.
stars.
John, listen, John. Listen, I know you keep bringing up Kobe and Shaq. And
No,
you're
I'll
bringing
do
up Michael
anybody.
Jordan.
Yeah.
You're bringing up the guys that are all time
The best.
great. They're MVP players, right? Like, and
Okay.
they still had other guys that came and hit big shots.
Robert
I know,
Horry,
we
Steve
know that.
Kerr.
Cool. Nobody's arguing that.
right?
But
But
if
listen,
but wait a minute,
the
wait. If Jordan doesn't show up, if Shaq doesn't show up, if Kobe doesn't show up, they're talking about that. They're not talking about the
understand.
third and fourth option not showing up.
I understand this, but the league is more sophisticated now.
Oh, okay.
Shaq didn't play against the zone. When the zone came, Shaq went down. Like, look at Maxey yesterday. Maxey was neutralized. Steph Curry can be neutralized. Like, the game is different.
Look,
We love who we love.
I want to say this, and cool, thanks for the call, man. Look, you're not wrong. All I'm saying is that game swung back in the Sixers' favor. Because remember, the Heat retook the lead in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Which is another reason why I say in years past the Sixers lose that game, because it's a game of adjustments. Eric Spoelstra then made his adjustment, and then the Sixers made their adjustment. And that adjustment was Tobias Harris's butt ass on the bench.
Okay.
That was part of it. And it's been 5.5 years now. It's
Right.
been one of the constants. Embiid coming up short in the playoffs has been a constant.
Okay.
Tobias Harris has also been a constant as to why this team has not gone to the promised
And
land.
Tyrese Maxey not playing up to his capabilities
All right,
in
but that
critical
was
times.
one game. Last night
No,
was
I understand that.
Last night, all right. I expect a Maxey game. I expect an Embiid game. I am never expecting a Tobias Harris
I
game.
expect a minimal Embiid Maxey line.
Okay.
That can be counted on, because that is, if you're an MVP and you're an all-star, you should be able to pencil in numbers throughout the course of a playoffs.
And hopefully they can,
Minimal
you can pencil in the
I'm talking
numbers
about
against
minimum.
the Knicks.
Minimum numbers, hopefully you'll be able to pencil in. Neither one of them contributed the minimum numbers.
Well, in the,
And that's a
fourth, in
problem.
the fourth quarter, as I keep on
I
saying,
gotcha.
Joel Embiid kicked into another gear. Tobias Harris was unplayable. And thankfully, Nick Nurse realized that, and he was the first coach to have the balls to put him on the bench. All right, questions for Andrew DeCecco. The NFL draft is 1 week away. You can text in or call in at 610-632-0975. Also, Howie Roseman said something yesterday that we talked about letting players get to their potential. Now, Andrew, because you're a big draft guy, I'm sure that quote meant something more to you. I want to talk about that a little bit more next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Devontae Smith signs an extension.
Heat player. It's ridiculous. Sixers big win last night. They take on the Knicks now. Game 1 Saturday at 6 o'clock. We absolutely love that time. And you can listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, you just heard Tom McGinnis on that call. Tom McGinnis will be joining our Bob Cooney coming up at 12 o'clock today during the midday show. So here, Tom McGinnis, the voice of your Philadelphia 76ers here on 97.5 The Fanatic at noon with Bob Cooney.
I hope Ray finds the audio of Tom McGinnis. It had to be first quarter last night. And Tom McGinnis just, shoot the ball. Would somebody shoot the ball? It's it's like a Flyers power play. And the crowd's yelling, shoot the ball. He is awesome.
It's amazing.
And that'll be fun with Bob. They'll have a good conversation.
Yep, so that comes your way at 12 o'clock. Now, before we get to the draft questions for Andrew DeCecco from the people on the phone lines and the text line, I want to play this clip for you. Howie Roseman spoke to the media a couple days ago for his pre-draft availability, and he talked about letting younger players play to their potential.
This is the only profession where you take someone out of college and you expect them to be great. And if they're not great, you criticize them for not being great. We believe strongly that we have to develop these players, that they come in here with a skill set, but they're unfinished products. We have great support staff to help develop these guys. And so we know that all of them, like all of us, are going to have things they need to work on. And one of the reasons that we do these top 30 visits is to get a head start on that. But I think that's the first thing. It's kind of here are the strengths, here are the weaknesses, how we can help them with the weaknesses, whether they're on the field, whether they're off the field, how we can support these people so they can reach their potential.
So, Andrew, I would love to get your reaction to that because I'm somebody who, if I'm in a win-now mode, I say screw the young players. Like, let's go. Give me more stars. Trade, proven versus unknown. Like, I was cool with what the Rams did a couple of years ago. I know that sets you back in years to come, but they won a Super Bowl, right?
F them picks.
That's what they – yeah, pretty much. But I also know the value of young players because you have to keep on turning over your roster. So what's your thoughts on what Howie had to say there?
Well, anyone who's followed me, spoken to me, read any of my stuff over the years will tell you that I'm a big proponent of playing young players and giving them the opportunity to work through challenges and take their lumps so that they're preparing themselves for the future and ultimately building on that. But and I guess I would look at Eli Ricks as just an example, as someone who was thrust in there as an undrafted player, asked to play a position he's never played before at nickel. And I think all that was cast aside when you're looking at his play and you're seeing it, play out in real time, a player going through challenges. And it was sort of lost that, hey, this is an undrafted player that was thought highly enough of by his defensive coordinator to plug in there out of all the other options that they had. And you have to work through these things. And maybe now, this year, he might be one of those players that's ready to take that next step because he was afforded that opportunity.
I think Nolan Smith was wasted last year. I think it was a
agree.
wasted year. And people are like, Nolan Smith couldn't get on the field. That is a false statement. It was a mismanagement of a young guy who they broke the wheels off of older players and then just didn't even give a young guy.
And Howie made that clear after the season ended. He straight up said, Nick's got to realize that we can play younger players. All right, let's get some questions for Andrew. Let's go to Jim in Marlton, then we'll go to the text line. Jim, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, John and Andrew squared this morning.
What's up, Jim?
Good morning.
Andrew DeCecco. Andrew,
DeCecco, but all right.
DeCecco, I'm sorry. Andrew, what's your feeling about 22? I'd hate to lose the second round picks that we've got. We've got the 2. Do you find that there's going to be more value in cornerbacks at 22, or do you think one of the offensive linemen that you like might drop to 22?
I think offensive lineman is the best value, and good question, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Because there is a steep drop-off, at least by my estimation, as far as high-level offensive linemen that could step right in and be a highly efficient player for your team, which the Eagles need right now. Corner, you can get someone like a Max Melton, Kamari Lassiter, possibly an Ennis Rakestraw from Missouri at that point in the second round. But offensive line, you want to grab one of those pretty quickly because there's a pretty significant drop-off.
What do you got on the text line there, Connor, for questions for Andrew DeCecco?
So we actually had a very
Not
similar...
DeCecco.
Not DeCecco. We had a very similar question there, so we'll skip that one. But a question here comparing some defensive backs. Who is your top guy between Cooper DeJean, Wiggins, Kool-Aid?
Is that text from you, Connor?
No, it's not. But tread carefully because I'm a Kool-Aid guy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I view Cooper DeJean as a safety. So I would say, you said Kool-Aid, and who was it? Nate Wiggins?
Wiggins, yeah.
I'm going to say Kool-Aid. I'm going to say Kool-Aid.
Oh, that makes Connor happy.
Nate Wiggins
But he's even
was
there at 22.
I think he will be because you have to remember there's the Jones fracture.
Okay.
Although he did run a 4.47 or 4.48 despite the Jones fracture, which is pretty remarkable.
Pretty impressive.
But Kool-Aid, I think he might be someone that falls down the board a little bit if you have any concerns. He was brought in for a lot of 30 visits so teams can get a closer look medically. But Nate Wiggins, I was really high on him. If anyone's listened to our Birds Insider show the past couple of weeks, but the more I think about it, you worry about the lack of the body type, the slender body type, how that's going to play going against receivers that are built like A.J. Brown at the pro level. He's only 182 pounds, which is up 9 from this combine weight, but I'm going Kool-Aid.
Now, real quick, before we get you out of here, and we appreciate you joining us for the hour, would the Eagles ever hesitate on a Kool-Aid McKinstry? It's not as bad of an injury, but remember Sidney Jones, they drafted him second round, and it just never worked out here. And he was coming off of what? It was an Achilles injury that he had?
Yeah, he had an Achilles at his
obviously
pro day.
not as serious of an injury, but do they hesitate to use a top pick like that on a guy that's already got an injury?
Perhaps, but I think bringing him in, Andrew, for the 30 visit, the latest possible time that they could leading up to the draft, sort of may quell or it may raise some concerns. So I think that regardless, they've vetted out that, and I don't know that there would be any issue. And if there is, you'll be able to tell because he'll start falling down the board.
See you and Bill tonight.
Yep.
Bill Colarulo and you.
6 to 7
tonight.
Bill Colarulo and Andrew DeCecco. Make sure you check them out here on The Fanatic. Andrew, thanks as always for coming in with us. It was a blast. This hour just absolutely flies by, and we'll be following you during this entire draft process. 1 week from now, day 1 of the NFL draft. To start the 9 o'clock hour, we are going to reset the show. We've talked a lot of Sixers today, but obviously this past hour, we've also been cycling in the Eagles as we've had Andrew DeCecco in studio. We're also going to start previewing a little bit about the Sixers-Knicks series. There are some concerns, obviously, but I think we all still kind of feel like the Sixers should take care of business, but the key word is should. Also, Kevin Negandhi will join us to start the 9 o'clock hour. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Kincade Salciunas on this beautiful Victory Thursday morning. Thank God, a Victory Thursday morning.
Oh, thank God, seriously.
So last hour, we had Andrew Duchecko in from Inside the Bird, so we've been mixing Eagles and Sixers, but we're going to go Sixers heavy the next hour of the show until we lead you up to Bob Cooney at 10 o'clock, midday show, him and Ray Dunn, and I believe Bill Colarulo in for the show with Bob today. But joining us now on the Comcast Business Highline, every day in business, a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward to what's next. From ESPN, we've missed him the last couple of weeks. He's been busy. He was on North Broad not too long ago. Temple made, Temple proud from ESPN. Kevin Negandhi joins us. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. It is definitely a good morning. I can only imagine if it went the other way last night at Wells Fargo, what the topic would have been and the emotions and what we were going to feel heading into the weekend.
Well, Kevin, rightfully so. The mentions on Twitter, the first half was ripping Embiid, ripping Maxey, ripping a lot of people. Rightfully so. They deserved it because it was a horrible first half. But to your point, Kevin, thank God they pulled off the win because I don't think I could have done I think I would have called out today if they had lost.
Well, listen, I think probably coming in after last night would have been very therapeutic, cathartic in a sense, right, where you could just vent it all out and get it out of your system. But what was the difference in this game? The difference was specifically we've been down this road with the Sixers in the spring, especially the last couple of years, where you're like, you can't explain things. Like they enter a place where things get super tight, and you're like, all right, this is the jitters in the first quarter, and then they feed off an energy that is just really like it just sinks to the bottom of the floor, right? You have no idea what is weighing them down. And then what changed in that third quarter was just the bench. I mean, you can't say enough about Batum. You're going to go to his box score. It says enough, right, with all the threes that he hit. But there was a different type of energy that he brought. And when you have veterans like Batum, like Lowry, like Oubre, understanding the moment and stepping up, and when you look at championship teams, it's not always the stars that have to step up. It's everybody else. And the coaching staff did a brilliant job in that fourth quarter of making the adjustments, and they figured out the zone where you're attacking a little bit more. And again, the way the Heat zone was, they were basically saying, all right, we're going to double Embiid. We're going to put all our attention on Maxey after that, and then everybody else has to beat us. And the Sixers and those guys around them finally knocked down big shot after big shot, and they were not afraid of that big moment.
The headline to me, though, you run the 6 o'clock Sports Center. You and you listen to Elle, and she tells you what to do because she's awesome.
Take it easy.
You gotta love Elle. I love Elle, man. From our days in Atlanta, she's amazing. If I was to say to you, though, the headline to me is Maxey and Embiid with 42 points. You're not beating anybody in a game of consequence, in a real playoff series in a real critical spot, and I'm hoping that this is the year we see Maxey ascend come playoff time because it certainly wasn't last year.
You're 100% right. It shouldn't be the headline that this is going to carry this team the rest of the way, 42 points. But to me, it's a different approach now. Maxey is seeing now he's going to see different looks in the playoffs, right?
Yes.
And how are you going to now adjust, right? And Embiid, how are you going to adjust? And one of the things that really gave me some confidence was the bench carried them in the third quarter, and then late in the final 4 or 5 minutes, Embiid took over. And not just as a shooter, as a facilitator, finding open looks, but also knocking down his free throws. That big three, the N1, Maxey's energy was still there. So to me, while you're not getting that point scoring that we've seen from Embiid and Maxey, especially Maxey over the last couple of months, it's okay in a game like this. Figure it out now, make the adjustments over 7 games, and guess what? You have a coaching staff that understands adjustments. You have a coaching staff that is prepared specifically on defensive assignments. You have a coaching staff that is going to keep the hot players on the floor. And there's a side thing here. As Temple guys, it's kind of tough to talk about. Well, we got a Villanova guy in Kyle Lowry who understands. He's the guy that gets underneath your skin on the other side. But when he's on your team and he's making that hustle play, diving on that inbound to keep the play alive, to me, those are the things that stand out in a game like this. Lowry wasn't going to lose this game last night. He was motivated because he was ticked off about how things played out with the Heat last year, I should say this past year, and with his role. But he made sure he did some of those plays that we would see Patrick Beverley make in that early part of the season. But Lowry's got that championship veteran experience that really stands out. And Oubre's not afraid, man. Like, I love the way Oubre attacked. He attacked and attacked and attacked. He brings a certain energy that's just different that we haven't seen in previous years with this team. And notice who I'm bringing up. I'm bringing up Lowry, Oubre, Batum, Nick Nurse. Who brought all of them in this offseason and during the season? Who brought them all in?
Nick Nurse.
Daryl Morey.
Daryl Morey, yeah.
Morey brought them all in, and he deserves a ton of credit because the James Harden trade, it drug out. We got Batum in the trade. He made sure he got his guy in Kyle Lowry. Nick Nurse was his guy. These small little things, they play a huge role in the big picture of what they're trying to do and accomplish in April.
Now, Kevin, you've thrown your flowers toward Nick Nurse and the adjustments, and you said something that really stands out, and we've talked about this a lot today, keeping the hot hands in, which also means keeping the cold hands out of the game, and that cold hand was Tobias Harris. Now, in years past, Tobias Harris is probably on the court with another coaching regime. How important is it to have a head coach like Nick Nurse to realize, all right, Tobias, he doesn't stink, but he doesn't have it tonight, and it's okay to not play him in the final 5 minutes of a basketball game?
I think it's the understanding that Nick Nurse has built the trust with this team over an entire season, right? He's not doing this in December. He has watched enough of this team develop and also understanding specifically that he said this after the game. Tobias was gassed. Listen, I think everybody in the city needs to understand that Tobias Harris is one of the nicest human beings you can ever interact with. And he tries. He doesn't dog it out there. But there's certain times a decision has to be made. But Batum specifically does things on both sides. He understands the defensive adjustment. He was fantastic versus Tyler Hero. And that block coming out was a phenomenal play. But also, he was hot. And what you need is hot players on the floor late in games who can pull the trigger and knock down big-time shots. So, for me, it could change. Harris could step up later in the playoffs. But in the moment, he's not afraid, that is Nick Nurse, to make the decision he has to make and say, hey, let it fall on me. I'm making the coaching decision here, and I will decide what we're going to do. I think in years past, some of the coaching decisions afterwards is, blame the players. Blame the players on me doing this.
The 76ers will beat the Knicks if?
Wow. If Joel Embiid averages 30 and Maxey averages 25. That's how I believe. Right now, we started this conversation, and John, you brought up what the headline is. You're not going to win games of 42 points. Stars in the end need to step up, right? Stars in the end need to take over series. And in a series like this, I'll add one other thing. The Sixers got to understand that this is a punch-back series, right, of physicality. And you got to punch back against the Knicks. And the Knicks have a phenomenal top 5 player when we talk about the MVP this season in Jalen Brunson. His physicality, his understanding that it's all about grit. The Sixers are going to have to punch back multiple times in this series, and they're going to have to figure out how to win in New York, maybe not just once, but twice.
We're speaking to Kevin Negandhi on the Comcast Business Hotline. Kevin, before we let you go, man, I can't not bring it up. We're 1 week away from the NFL draft, man. And I know you're Mr. College Football, so I got to ask you your thoughts on what the Eagles might do with the first-round pick, if they make a pick in the first round, whether they move up, whether they move back. What do you think the Eagles should focus on with their first-round draft selection?
Well, first off, I can't wait to be a part of it. SportsCenter is going out there next week. I'm going to host the 6 p.m. SportsCenter from Detroit on Wednesday, and then, of course, Thursday and Friday. So what I'm going to say about the Eagles is just look at the track record, right? And Howie, I don't think Howie's sitting at 22. I think he's going to go up to get his guy, and that could be a couple picks. And if his guy is taken, I could see him drop a little bit later in the first round to collect an extra pick. And the 3 targets to me would be specifically, I would not be surprised if they get an offensive lineman because if you see the way they've operated with Dickerson and Juergens, they're prepared if Lane Johnson in the next couple of years decides to hang it up, and then you get a guy at Stoutland U prepared and ready to just slide right in. Or they go cornerback, or one thing we've seen specifically with Howie in recent years is defensive line. So I think expect him to add in the trenches or find a cornerback that he wants. And it could be a guy like Nate Wiggins, or he could fall in their lap at 22. I really believe that Howie's gonna make a move up in this draft. And if his guy's taken, he's gonna slide. He's not gonna sit at 22.
Yep, we're used to that at this point right here in Philadelphia, Kev. It's amazing. Thank you so much, as always, for coming on. It's good. It's great hearing from you, and it's great having you on the day after a major Sixers win.
Thanks, Kev.
Love it. Thank you, guys. Take care. Have a great weekend.
You too. There he is, Kevin Negandhi on the Comcast Business Hotline from ESPN. He's fired up.
He is.
Look,
he is.
I think we can all agree Maxey and Embiid need to play well in order to win. But it is okay to say, wow, thankfully – Nico Batum had a good game, and it's nice to be able to finally rely on some of the role players where they have not been able to in years past.
He's saying give Daryl Morey, a lot of applause for building this roster and everything.
And I do.
Can I see a series win first?
Yes.
Can I see? I want to wait,
but
I want to see beat the Knicks, and then if you beat the Knicks, go win it. I want to see. There's nothing to celebrate yet about the roster.
Let me ask you something. I liked this roster going into the season, and I liked this roster post-trade deadline. And it's not just because I'm a shill for the Sixers, right? I look at this team. I've also been waiting for the build-around Embiid team, and this is finally you actually have shooters on this team. This is the best
option of that.
Finally, right? And guys like Buddy Hield and Cam Payne are coming off the bench. These are 2 guys that can actually catch and shoot a pass from Joel Embiid, and Kevin mentioned Embiid's facilitating in the fourth quarter. I don't think do you like the Eagles roster?
I like the Eagles roster. I don't love it yet.
But do you have to see it play out first before you have
No, because I have a track record of history of knowing that the Eagles produce winners.
Right, but I like this roster. I don't have to see them win a series for me to like a roster.
He said praise Daryl Morey for building the roster. I got to see the roster produce fruit. I want to see it that the pieces actually work to go beat the Knicks. And by the way, I'm leaning towards thinking they will.
But you know what, though? Watching last night's game, the feel of it was that is a game that the Sixers lose for the past 7 years.
That's what I've been saying.
That's just kind of the vibe of that game against a team like the Heat and a coach like Spoelstra is a game where you end up losing by 3 and they blow the confetti early and Marco Bellinelli hits a 3 that's actually a 2.
Right.
And they found a way because of the depth that they built, so he does deserve some credit for just last night.
Okay, I don't. How about this? I don't celebrate a play-in game victory. I celebrate the fact that it was an entertaining night, and I'm thrilled that they're the 7th
but we've been
seed.
talking about this Sixers team since November. So
now they're
it's
in the
whether
playoffs.
or not you like the roster.
Right, but now they're in the playoffs, and I do. I like this roster better than. And I like it better than 21 when they were the 1 seed.
Then you should celebrate what Daryl Morey has been able to do.
But I have to see it work in the critical times. I'm not. Look, I just can't. I cannot celebrate regular season. I can't. They're in the playoffs now.
Yeah, but we're
now
talking
we'll
roster
see.
construction. I celebrated the Phillies roster before the 2022 run, and they were abysmal through. Remember, through June.
I did. Now I will raise my hand. I did not.
Okay, and that's fine.
I did not.
You didn't like it, and you didn't even see it play out yet.
No, I didn't.
I can like something without it playing out yet.
Okay, if they lose to the Knicks, are we going to be praising the roster construction?
I will say they're a big piece away,
and it's going to. Well, you might find out that some of the pieces don't work. That it did, some of the plan doesn't make sense. That somebody else is able to exploit.
Right, but
it and make
Daryl
the
Morey
roster
is
look
finding
bad.
that out real time.
Right,
he doesn't have the benefit of seeing how things play out.
He does not. He absolutely doesn't.
Like if I look
I'm going to wait for the praise of the roster.
Maxey and Embiid aside, they're here, right?
Right.
And I'm not a big Tobias Harris fan, and he was here pre-Morey, so it's not like you can criticize Morey for that. Kelly Oubre is the first legitimate wing player that this Sixers franchise has had since Andre Iguodala.
I've enjoyed almost every minute of his tenure here.
Kyle Lowry is a professional point guard, which they've had one since Embiid's been here, and that was James Harden.
And
Ben Simmons wasn't a real point guard.
I'd have to see if in a 7-game series, if at his age he's ready to hold up
Okay,
under
but
that kind of
they
scrutiny.
acquired him when they had nobody.
No, I got
they had
you.
nobody else.
I understand.
Paul Reed, look, backup center. He's a backup center.
There were people talking a month ago about voiding Paul Reed's contract.
Right. Okay.
So, I mean, it's like I'm not going to, praise it now and be like, now we think it's good. A month ago on this radio station, it
I
was,
agree.
if they don't win a playoff series, they can
void
get
it,
out
yeah.
from under Paul Reed. So I'm just not moved.
Nicholas Batum.
I was moved last night on that.
I liked him before last night because of everything he can do. Look, I never expect Nico Batum to score 20 points.
I remember the day he got here, Bob giving the tutorial on Nico Batum.
Of what he does.
And what he could do. And he said, and if things broke right, this could be a really critical guy that could help them win. I didn't see it at the time. I've seen a lot of examples where you could believe this is going to be a difference.
And then Buddy Hield and Campaign are two guys that are coming off the bench. Buddy Hield more of a factor than Campaign. Campaign only played 3.5 minutes
Buddy Hield's
yesterday.
been a disappointment to me since he's gotten here.
Well, he was good at first, then it went downhill. Then you saw a couple of good games with Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
Last night, bad first half, better second half. We'll see how that clicks.
That's not going to move the needle for me. If it's erratic Buddy Hield, that's not going to do it. I do like when they got him, I was absolutely loving it, thinking they were getting something else because he hasn't been what I thought he was going to be.
But ultimately, we just went through that roster. You like the majority.
No, I said
and
I
they
like
haven't won
it
a
better.
series yet.
I said I like it better than any roster on paper. But on paper is not what I'm celebrating. I want to win in the playoffs, and I'm going to see if they finally have built a team that can win in the playoffs.
Okay.
And we'll wait and see.
All right.
I wait to throw my bouquets.
All right. We have some texts coming in on Joel Embiid, Mr. Thomas. Is that correct?
Yes, they are. And they're both aimed at John. We have a nice one and a not as nice one.
On.
So which one do you want first?
The not as nice.
Yeah, you always get the bad out of the way first.
So Taji from Mount Airy
checks in
and says, John, stop it with this Embiid not showing up stuff. They absolutely
I didn't
lose
say
with-
that at all.
Well,
I mean,
we could debate when the text message is over, but with this Embiid not showing up stuff, they absolutely lose without his playmaking, rebounding, and defense. He was out of shape, and Miami was solely focused on stopping him with a wall until guys started making shots, but he adjusted.
Okay, so then there should have been better for Maxey then, right?
Yes.
If they're that much concentration on him, then that's the game you need Maxey.
Well, they
to
also
step
had a
up.
game plan for Maxey, and they were going to try to see if the other three guys could beat
How did
them.
the Heat lose all these games this year with this tremendous roster and talent?
They don't care
different
about
in
the
the playoff,
regular
dude.
season.
That's why they literally call him Playoff Jimmy. It's not just Playoff Jimmy; it's Playoff Miami.
Yeah.
It's Playoff Spoelstra.
I
They're
think
different.
I think Spoelstra's an amazing.
By the way, speaking of Jimmy Butler, before we get to the next text, breaking news on Butler from Sham Sharania. Jimmy Butler expected to be out multiple weeks.
Oh, jeez.
So think about this. He played through that.
Boston may get a pass.
Yeah, they might.
Boston may get a first-round pass.
We'll see. Yeah, and we'll see if Miami can even win Friday night. But it's a feared MCL injury. They're expecting him to be out multiple weeks, and he still played through it. So I'd give Jimmy Butler credit.
They're not going. I
No,
think
the Miami Heat
you know
will
what's
not.
funny is
They're not winning without Jimmy.
you
Butler.
heard the crowd last night. The respect this city has for Jimmy Butler.
Absolutely.
And I was glad to hear it.
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
glad to hear it. It didn't fit the usual narrative, and this town respects the hell out of a guy who plays the game like Jimmy Butler. That's bad because I'm looking at it, though, selfishly.
That he could have taken
Boston's
care of
got
business
to
against
pass.
Boston.
Whether Boston beats the Bulls or not, I mean, whether Miami beats the Bulls or not, it's going to be a pass for Boston.
And what's the other text, Connor?
This next one comes from Pat from Yardley and says, I'm glad someone's saying what John's saying. I was at the game last night saying how if the Sixers lost, not one person would blame Embiid. He looked uninterested in the game.
That's not true. I would have blamed Embiid. I am talking about how Embiid needs to play better. Embiid in the fourth quarter, though, his performance in the fourth quarter is part of, if not the biggest reason why they won the game yesterday. If they had lost, it's open fire. They won in large part because he was the best player on the court for the Sixers in the fourth quarter. Tyler Hero was probably the best player overall. He had 16 points yesterday.
Can't stand him.
He just caught fire.
I can't stand him.
He scores 25 points last night, 16 of which is in the fourth quarter. But that's not true. And Embiid, trust me, there's a reason why I call him the most disrespected athlete in Philadelphia. He gets ripped all the time. And he would deservedly have gotten ripped last night. The Sixers lost, but his fourth quarter performance led to a Sixers win. All right, we continue the Sixers conversation. More texts, more calls at 610-632-0975. And we start to look a little more ahead to Sixers Knicks because I don't think this one's going to be much easier. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. this beautiful Thursday morning, a victory Thursday morning. Want to let you know 2 more great things that you can find on our website. If you head to 975thefanatic.com, you can enter for a chance to win $2,000 for Mom in the Mother's Day nationwide contest. Sponsored by Polites Florist. See, I got it this time.
You did. They are Delco legends.
Oh, that's great. Delco made Delco proud.
I am.
They could steal that. They could steal that slogan from Temple.
Hey, they were.
Make Mom's Mother's Day special with beautiful flowers from Polites Florist. Now with 3 locations to serve you. Visit PolatesFlorist.com. Also, you can check out the Deal of the Week. Splash into fun with the Fanatic Deal of the Week. This week only get 2 general admission tickets from Big Kahuna's Water Park in West Berlin, New Jersey for just $35. We had Bob Cooney on yesterday. He said that he's got neighbors that go to Big Kahuna's. That's 2 tickets for the price of 1. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com. All right, we'll continue reacting to last night's win for the Sixers. But real quick, let's talk a little bit more about Sixers-Knicks approaching. And we'll be doing this more as the week goes on. So that's why we're not going to dive too deep into it.
You mean tomorrow? As we get ready?
Exactly.
It's amazing.
Saturday, 6 o'clock. First things first. Love that. I love that. A 6 o'clock tip-off. You know, you and I are washed, so it doesn't really matter. But, like, a guy like Connor can go out afterward.
I'm even doing better is I'll do 4:30 Mass, then there it is. 6 o'clock's perfect.
You go right into tip-off, which is awesome. I love the 6 o'clock start. Also, it helps me get out of bedtime duties like last night did.
I won't be at Mass, but I might be drinking wine before the game.
No, but I'm praying for your eternal soul, so it's okay.
Yes,
well,
he's got
then I'm covered.
He's got you taken care of you. Sixers, Knicks. I keep on saying this. It's still going to be stressful because it might not be as great defensively for the Knicks as it was for the Heat last night. But I don't think the Knicks are a slouch when it comes to defense. And I also think that Tom Thibodeau is a good defensive-minded head coach, so he may be able to take away what the Miami Heat did last night against the Sixers. Because, Tibbs was watching last night. The winner of last night's game was playing the Knicks. So he was probably taking notes throughout the entire game. Yeah. And so he saw what the Heat were able to do against the Sixers, and I'm sure maybe he will try to implement some of that into his own game. And the thing that I'm worried most about the Knicks offense, Jalen Brunson, but also the fact that they don't have anybody that can really guard Jalen Brunson. And that's what freaks me out. Yesterday in the fourth quarter, they took Maxey off of Hero, and they started throwing Oubre at him. They started throwing Batum at him. So credit to Nick Nurse for being able to do that, but that's still a mismatch. Like Tyler Hero and Nico Batum, that's a mismatch. I don't know if a Batum can keep up with Jalen Brunson.
No, I don't think he can.
So the perimeter defense, if DeAnthony Melton is out, and even if he plays, you don't know how much you can get out of DeAnthony Melton. That's the thing that fears me most of Sixers defensively going up against that Knicks offense.
I think that is a fair assessment. I look at it as this though, is that I don't think the Knicks are. I'll put it this way: the Sixers offense is better by 2 points a game. Their defense is better by 3 points a game over an 82-game slate. These two teams are so evenly matched. And the way I look at it is the Knicks managed to win 3 more games with Embiid missing 9 weeks.
Right.
I'm
so
not
it's not
looking
like the Knicks ran away with
I'm
it,
not
right.
looking at the Knicks the way I would look at Boston.
They're not a juggernaut. No.
And it's funny is I got a guy here earlier I was responding to saying, God, you guys have such a negative attitude if they play Boston. I guarantee if they play Boston, you'll be saying they're going to win. Well, first off, don't guarantee that.
I don't think I would have said that, no.
But second of all, I'll feel far differently about the Sixers' chances if I see them win 2 playoff series. Because then I'm going to see how it all meshes and how it comes together. But the Knicks, I think, is a great opportunity in this series. I really do. I see
and I'll
great
stand by it.
opportunity
Sixers should win this series. I believe.
You believe should?
Should.
You don't think that's too hard a word? I admire the boldness.
Well, they're favored.
They're favored. They should win.
Odds.
And as you talked about, they only won how many more games?
They won
Embiid went out?
3 more games.
So if
9 weeks.
If Joel Embiid stays healthy, they're the 2 seed. They are the Knicks.
Oh, no, they're absolutely the 2 seed.
They're the 2 seed.
I don't even think it's close.
So they would just by that logic be a better team than the New York Knicks. The only team I literally have fear of in the Eastern Conference is the Boston Celtics. Legit fear.
I do look at it as this though. I do remember, and it's small sample sizes. I remember this year the Sixers playing the Knicks with Embiid, getting healthy and getting just.
I was at the game.
Smoked.
I was at the game.
Did you go with your dad that night or something?
I took my 2 co-best men.
Okay, good.
And they
good.
got destroyed. Now, Brunson did not miss. Brunson had like 30 points at halftime.
Okay, that was in January.
Yes.
They lost by 30?
They got destroyed.
They lost by more than 30.
The Sixers were, I still remember, the Sixers were up in the first quarter with like a minute or two left, and then the Knicks went on a run and never looked back.
Okay, and you cannot do that in the course of an NBA season. I cannot. It's just this scar that I remember that game.
And if I'm not mistaken, you guys could correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that was one of the let's keep Embiid in to get to 30 points games.
Yeah, I think so.
I remember that being spoken about.
That was one of those games where they were getting destroyed. There was no need for him to be in the game, but they were trying to get Embiid to the 30-point total. I think because I was at that game. I remember saying to my buddies, like, why is he even still in this game right now?
The Knicks sort of handled.
They did.
The Sixers.
They did, but Joel Embiid, as you pointed out, his numbers in Madison Square Garden. Now, numbers are different year in and year out, but
his numbers are amazing in Madison Square Garden.
Look, this is not going to be an easy series, but I do believe the Sixers should win it. But should is not me guaranteeing a victory. Like, if they lose.
Guarantee it, coward.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Well, here's the thing, right? These teams are very evenly matched in a lot of ways. So the thing that I default to when I'm thinking about this series is the experience level. And you might say, oh, the Sixers haven't been to the conference finals. But the amount of playoff games some of the guys on this team have played pile up. And New York has a lot of guys they're relying on. Those Nova guys have not been in the league that long and do not have that much postseason experience. So
plus they're Nova guys.
Well, so they have tournament experience.
They do have tournament experience.
Yeah,
That's
they do.
right.
They got plenty of that.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to my man Mitch in Phoenix. Hello, Mitch.
You're not going to like this call,
but
I think you're big enough to accept that everybody has their opinion. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true, Mitch.
Okay, you referred to Nicholas Batum as 65. He's 35. How old are you, Chunas?
I'm 30.
Okay.
So I'm 60, Mitch.
Yeah, Nicholas Batum is a guy that's been around basketball for a long time, both in Europe and in this country. He knows how to play basketball. He don't get scared in a playoff game like three of our players did. And you know how you're making a big mistake?
How?
You're always referring to the past. You're still talking about Doc Rivers. When I called in and didn't like Doc Rivers that much as a coach, I was dumb. But now that he's not there, they would have lost that game if Doc Rivers would have been the coach. You get where I'm going?
We found out that Doc Rivers was not a good X's and O's head coach, and Nick Nurse is. And we've known that Nick Nurse is a better head coach than Doc Rivers.
Oh, they got lucky when they got Nick Nurse.
They sure did. I still don't know what Toronto was doing.
No, I don't get it one bit, and I don't even get why Toronto blew up their lineup and gave away so many great players.
So, Mitch, there's going to be no excuse if they lose this series then, right?
What, to the Knicks?
Yeah.
Oh, they're probably going to lose to the Knicks, and you know why?
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 I'm going to tell you why, and you're going to poo-poo this also. They got 3 Villanova players. There's 11 Villanova players in the NBA, but Philadelphia that butts up against Villanova, they can't choose any good Villanova players. And don't tell me about Mikal Bridges.
No, they trade him away, and it's the reason. It's part of the reason why they've. I would say Mikal Bridges, if they kept him, I've said this a million times.
Oh my gosh,
Mikal Bridges fits on every Sixers team that they've had from Simmons to Harden to today, right? Because he's a 3-and-D.
There's no question.
He fits on any team in the NBA.
It worked. It's too simple to just say how good it would fit.
Yeah.
And we all agree with that. But I do not believe that because the Knicks had 3 Villanova players that they're going to win the series. That is incredible leap of reasoning to me.
Now, there's a conspiracy theory on social media right now.
What's that?
There's a Twitter account.
Okay.
Jimmy Smits. Have you seen this yet, Connor?
I have not.
I know Jimmy Smits is a fine actor.
There's a Twitter account, Jimmy Smits 3273.
Okay.
That has been defending Tobias Harris all morning.
Oh, no.
Every tweet has now been deleted, including the account. Do we have a burner gate?
What? Wait a minute. Whoa. Do we have screenshots of the defense?
Screenshots. Somebody tweeted the game log of all the missed layups and the rebounds, and Jimmy Smits responded, "This is what you get when you try to play through an injury in Philadelphia. Nothing but abuse. No worse fans in America than Philly fans." Then somebody put out a tweet about Kelly Oubre, and Smits responds, 11 points tonight on 3 of 9 from the field, and you don't say bleep. Tobias goes 4 of 10 playing through an injury, and you act like he murdered someone. Be better.
Okay, that is a burner gate. That is a burner gate.
And the account has since been deleted.
Wait, whoa, was deleted?
The entire account.
Okay, wait a minute. You can still go back and search find tweets from that account. You should be able to still find tweets that were previously sent. If the 76ers account was tagged, you should be able to put in the Jimmy Smits tag and find previous tweets. It doesn't delete like your history of tweets that you made.
Oh no, so he's still on here.
Oh, he is still on.
I was able to go through a couple channels, but no tweets anymore.
Every tweet is deleted?
Oh my God, but there's likes for Tobias Harris. Every pro Tobias Harris tweet is liked.
Okay, that's a burner account. I mean that is a burner. Harold, but this though, it doesn't mean it's Tobias.
But it could be somebody in
It could be somebody in his family, somebody in his circle.
Or it could be a fan who wants to pretend like they're Tobias to get Tobias more heat.
We got burner game.
Wait, how far does it go back? How far does it go back?
How far does Jimmy Smits go back?
Do you see tweets from
joined April 2024?
Okay, that sounds like a setup.
April 2024.
That's a setup.
Is Jimmy Smits Tobias Harris?
No, that's a setup.
610-632-0975.
If it was a year ago, I'd buy in.
Worst burner, Brian Colangelo or Tobias Harris? We'll discuss.
I want to see
the
collars.
All right, coming up next, in all seriousness, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show, and also our crossover with Bob Cooney. And we already told you a little bit about what's coming up on his show. Coming up at noon, right at 12 o'clock, Tom McGinnis, the voice of the Philadelphia 76ers, will be joining Bob Cooney. We'll hear more about what's coming up on today's show, Bob, and we'll talk a little bit about last night's game. All your way next, Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
ESPN's Adam Schefter.
What they're always looking to do at this time of the year is they're always looking to figure out a way to
Coming up soon, a couple of minutes, our crossover with Bob Cooney as he gets you set for today's midday show coming up at 10 o'clock. But it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
You know me. I'm going to paint my face blue tonight, right? Like, I'm all Sixered up. John is more, hey, I've seen the good this season. I'm ready to get
being
excited.
Objective.
I want to hear from you who are like John. How are you feeling going to the playoffs? Because I know how the Sixers can trigger. All right, that's yesterday's Key 3, which was it was so good that we wanted to replay it.
That was an excellent one.
It was so good that we wanted to replay yesterday's Key 3. Here's today's.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Dude, I couldn't fall asleep for a while, though, because last night was incredible. It was stressful. Let me make sure to get that out of the way.
You
it
led
was
with
stressful.
incredible.
Yes, well, it was incredible because that's how it ended. It ended incredibly. It ended with an incredible second-half performance, and it ended with an incredible fourth quarter by the Sixers. But it was stressful. The first half, going into halftime down 12 and looking lifeless. My first thought, dude, was, man, second straight playoff game where they didn't show up. And then they come out in the second half, a couple things go their way. The incredible moment of bricking for chicken. Nico Batum just plays out of his mind, and the Sixers end up pulling off a win. Oh my God, and only the play-in tournament.
The end of the game, the smiles I saw when Maxey and Embiid were being focused on ESPN with the cameramen, the two of them at the end of the game. I saw relief.
Relief, absolutely.
It was relief. And I think that was the overwhelming feeling all across town.
Right.
Relief. It was like, okay, survive that garbage. Now you got 7 games.
Right.
Now you got 7 games to potentially, hopefully clean some of this stuff up.
Because if you did,
they looked scared last night. They looked scared in the first
They did, and if you didn't survive last night, you would have to win on Friday. And, you know, Connor said yesterday, man, what if they didn't win? I didn't want to have that thought. In the city that loves backup quarterbacks and backup goaltenders and backup catchers, it's a little different in basketball. Nico Batum instantly becomes a hero last night in Philadelphia forever. Everybody will talk about the Nico Batum game. From ESPN, Kevin Negandhi.
You can't say enough about Batum. You're going to go to his box score. It says enough, right, with all the threes that he hit. But there was a different type of energy that he brought. And when you have veterans like Batum, like Lowry, like Oubre, understanding the moment and stepping up. And when you look at championship teams, it's not always the stars that have to step up. It's everybody else.
It's an unwritten rule that he should be in the starting lineup and not coming off the bench. And ultimately, it matters who's on the court at the end of the game. Now, if Tobias Harris hits a few shots, he's on the court at the end of the game yesterday because he is one of your quote-unquote better players. He was abysmal, which is why Nick Nurse thankfully sat his ass on the bench. Screw unwritten rules. It's the playoffs, dude.
And he's leaving.
Right.
To me, that's where I'd write the unwritten rules off. I hate unwritten rules. It is absolutely one of the things that makes my head explode. It's one of the things about baseball that drives me nuts. But it's the idea of Tobias Harris is leaving.
Right.
I don't think anybody believes that he's coming back. So why do I give a damn?
Our man Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds.
I think offensive lineman is the best value, and good question, because there is a steep drop-off, at least by my estimation, as far as high-level offensive linemen that could step right in and be a highly efficient player for your team, which the Eagles need right now.
But I think it's also time to take off the training wheels for Tyrese Maxey. And yesterday, he was not good in the first half of that game. Way too many turnovers for Tyrese Maxey. But the first half, he struggled. Maxey just needs to continue to improve. But at the same time, I don't want to say, oh, he'll be fine in 2 years. Like, no, now's the time for Tyrese Maxey.
The time should be now. And remember, you cannot look at it in a vacuum. Last year's playoffs, it was a problem. He had 6 games of last year's playoffs where he was averaging 13 points.
And we didn't really talk about it much because it was the Embiid
and Harden was here.
Right.
He has to ascend now.
And he missed it. And the bricking for chicken has brought the crowd alive.
Let's go to Josh at King of Prussia. Josh, you're on the Fanatic.
As dumb as this city is, and I love it, those 2 missed free throws that got everyone free nuggets today lit that place on fire, and the whole vibe changed.
I wouldn't say that it's dumb. Like, we played the moment it happened and everything that transpired afterward earlier in the show. I mean, it literally lit up the arena, and may have helped a little
It was
bit.
the loudest I had heard the Wells Fargo Center, like, in some time.
There's the Key 3. Kincade Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes of today's show. And time now to bring in Bob Cooney for today's crossover. Bob Cooney, the chicken game, the Nico Batum game. We'll remember it forever.
Probably not. We'll remember it until, I don't know, The next series win, probably Saturday we'll forget about it.
What's your? I know I don't want to steal your thunder for today's show because you got, I'm sure,
no
a lot
thunder,
of, lot
no
of,
lightning,
a lot of thoughts coming up at 10 o'clock. What's your biggest takeaway from last night?
Sixers won a game that the Miami Heat wanted to play. They got lulled into playing a Miami Heat game. That was the only possible way the Heat were going to win that game. Taking away Embiid, taking away Maxey, all of that. And look, if we're going to complain about them not being there and Tobias Harris, fine. But let's not forget that a lot of people went into this series saying, hey, this is the deepest team that they've had since Joel Embiid's been around. Well, the deepness won you a game last night.
They won you the game, yeah. Now, my question is, could you avoid being lulled in, or is it just what you expect against the Miami Heat?
I'll tell you what, I'm watching that last night, and you're saying, all right, come on. There has to be a way to get through this zone. We've all played, all that, coached, watched. Sometimes there's things you can't figure out, and they could not. And I couldn't either. I mean, not that I'm an expert, but I'm watching. I'm like, where do you go here? Embiid tried to go to the high post, couldn't find anything there. He tried to go to the low post, couldn't do anything there. They tried to spread the floor in the half court, didn't work. They tried to rush it up the floor, didn't work. At second half, luckily, they figured it out, and you got what you got. 66 points in the second half.
What about the hesitancy to shoot? Tom McGinnis, who you'll have on at noon, he was hilarious in the first quarter. He's like, I feel like I'm at a Flyers game. Shoot the ball. Somebody shoot the ball.
Yeah.
What was going on with that? It was like they were deer in the headlights.
There's a phrase that is used all around the NBA. It's good to great, right? You have a good shot, make the next pass to make it a great shot. Last night, good shots were as good as you were getting. That was the great. Good was great last night against that Miami Heat in the first half, and they weren't willing to pull the trigger. But ultimately, you want a street fight. You got hurt. They got hurt worse.
Well, we got more coming up at 10 o'clock with Bob Cooney during today's midday show. Bobby,
all right, boys.
Thank you.
Good job, Bobby. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, Paul B. Moyer & Sons, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Can you do it today for me, please? 975thefanatic.com/AACR, because cancer research saves lives.
All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Thursday. Bob Cooney coming your way next with the midday show tomorrow. For us, a Fanatic Friday. Can't wait for it. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Nico Batum balls out.